Let the blackness roll. My
You just heard Bleed Me an Ocean from Acid Bath's Paegan Terrorism Tactics. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And we are once again back with part 2 of our Acid Bath, post-Acid Bath bands, little adventure that we're sort of going into. And kind of funny, I don't know how much we mentioned this in part 1. We recorded that about a week ago. That we originally kind of just thought this would be like a 2-parter. And then it was
going to be a 1-parter.
Yeah, 1-parter, and then once we sort of saw like what Sammy gave us in the interview, and we'll be hearing again from Sammy Douay from who you just heard there on guitar, and do some of the scream vocals in the background. But yeah, that interview ended up being like a lot longer than I anticipated. It
was an hour and a half. Yeah. He's pretty generous with his time, and once we started editing stuff, we're like, hey, and these episodes are a lot more work, but they're we kind of like come up with an idea, and then whatever comes back to us dictates what we do. And if there's like with this and like the stuff Dave Chandler did was super, it was great. And it was just, I think that adds something extra to the shows.
Sure.
That, I don't know how much feedback we've gotten on.
I've gotten a little bit from Dave. I'll read some at the end of the episode.
Well, if people like care about having that type of, but the numbers show of like since Neurosis, everything's gone up.
Everything's starting to move up. Yeah. So I think it's like if we do some of this stuff like a little consistently, it'll kind of start to pay off.
Well, I think after you show people that you can dress up nice and look good, then you come in your sweatpants. They're like, "Hey, what's going on? I thought you were going to wear that nice dress."
I know. And again, just as a promise to people who are kind of new, hopefully you heard part 1. I would urge you, if you just kind of discovered this, to go back and listen to part 1, because that'll help kind of, I think, set up a lot of context for what we'll be talking about here. Because we're really talking about the second Acid Bath record, their last full length, and then kind of the beginnings of the aftermath of post Acid Bath. And that story might not make a lot of sense if you don't listen to part 1. But the reason we're doing some of these interviews, I don't know if I can guarantee that we'll try and do this for all episodes. I don't want to put that's a lot of pressure on us. But
I'd say with like the series, like when we're going to start a series, like Thrash series,
I kind of thought it'd be fun if we could try and track down people for this Doom series. And I don't know if we'll get everyone. We have some people lined up. It's just a matter of whether they'll respond back to us. Sammy was kind of a last minute thing. Like, I'd been talking to him for a while, but it was kind of like hit or miss in terms of whether we were going to get that or not in time to record it. And so, if you're along for the ride for this little kind of exploration into American Doom, which is what we're kind of doing with Acid Bath following the St. Vitus 2-parter, the stuff we've got lined up, we've got some people that seem interested in getting some feedback back to us who are band members in future bands we're going to cover. We also do have a journalist lined up who is kind of an expert on one of the bands we're planning to cover later this summer. I'm going to reach out to him, and I'm kind of haven't really told Mark this, but I don't think it will surprise him. But just to sort of see if he can use the leverage he has from a book that he has written with this band to maybe see if they can get maybe one of the members to maybe jump on with a few questions or a little reflection, perhaps. So could be really cool. That's what we're kind of hoping. That's the goal. Is like, I think it's let's make stuff that like I would be into, and Mark and I are nerds for like trying to get a hold of metal documentaries and books on metal, and that's kind of the stuff that like interests us. And so we've tried to want to make a podcast that sort of does some of those same type of things. That it's not like, we're knowledgeable people. I'm not taking that away from us, but I think if we can add just like another layer, like getting Neurosis on board and stuff like that, I think it just adds a little validity, but it also gives a different perspective, because there's the fan perspective, which is you and I.
Sure.
And, and so that's kind of where we're coming. So we'll be hearing from Sammy once again in this part, and a little bit in part 3, although part 3 kind of deviates more, from into the post Acid Bath stuff. So he's maybe not as pertinent to that narrative as stuff. I did my best to try. It was I think it was an uphill battle, and maybe if I wasn't teaching and busy with some other stuff, I could have maybe called in a couple other resources, but we did try to dance around to see if like Dax was available, the vocalist from Acid Bath. But he's kind of he's a little mysterious sometimes, he's not as out there as he used to be, and that's cool, and I respect that. But at least we got Sammy's perspective on some things, and I do have some Dax quotes that we'll be reading as well. So Yeah, so this is, like I said, the doom metal series. Second band we're kind of looking at. We're trying to mix it up a little bit, give some traditional doom stuff. Acid Bath, as you heard there with Bleed Me an Ocean, is kind of all over the sort of board there. That's a song that, Sammy will talk a little bit more about his feelings about both the song and this second full-length record, Paegan Terrorism Tactics. But I think the thing that makes a song like Bleed Me an Ocean kind of almost the iconic, maybe if I was going to play a person one Acid Bath song to sort of see what their taste is with it, it might be this song. I think it's my favorite Acid Bath song. It's kind of the perfect kitchen sink song for me. This is kind of what I wrote. I said that chorus and that hook is really heartfelt. I said it's really cool. You get the sort of up-tempo, kind of like down, I Hate God kind of part with Sammy sort of screaming over top before sort of Jimmy, really with the drums kind of slows everything down at around like the 3:45, 4-minute mark. Almost like it's like that thing that you get with sludge. I think if you were going to describe like what is sludge to somebody, you play them apart like that part at like the 4-minute mark where literally the drummer like drags you back,
slows
in
it all
muck.
down.
It's like you're literally kind of in muck there. And and it's cool because what you hear in that too is like as Jimmy's trying to slow them down with the drums, the band is kind of like fighting him to like speed it back up. And it's that cool. You hear it in the Melvins, you hear it with
it's kind of the story of this band. Yeah, everybody's pulling each other in different ways,
pulling into different directions and stuff. And I just think like, and it's like at that moment when like Jimmy's like dun 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 dun, like kind of really trying to pull it into the sludge, that Dax kind of emerges and croons this line. He says, "Just like a raindrop, I was born, baby, to fall," which I think then leads the song onto like this kind of meandering, soulful sort of journey at the very end of it. So there's a lot of stuff happening in that song. It's got like a multiple personalities all throughout. I just wrote, I've never heard a more sexy, soulful rendition of a lyric like, "I ride the painted whore, she gives good universal scream." Like, how can you make that line? I talked about this, I think, in the interview clip you'll hear with Sammy. How can you make a line like that, like, sound so cool and yeah, beautiful? And it's like, it's kind of the stuff like Buckley was able to do where he could make dark things seem sexy. And I know that's a weird word
clever turn of phrase too, that like it doesn't stand out as being stupid or being arbitrary or juvenile. It's like pretty. This is in the the clips as well, but that when you have a really like powerful poet, really, and then he also sings well, it's like there's like you can't really do wrong. Look at anything he's done since is kind of like the abstract like poetry to it. The whole thing like really elevates us.
Yeah.
And this, especially with this album, like the whole pop sensibility,
you can hear
bringing
it really,
it like more like refined, mature.
Yeah.
Like we don't need to do 5,000, changes and.
Yeah, they are kind of refining it a little bit. Like it's still like, even though I kind of said that Bleed Me an Ocean has some kitchen sink moments in terms of musical, it's a lot more seamless than I think what you heard sometimes in the debut. What'd you say about the song? Because I have the lyrics up that I'll share with people in a second, but I didn't know if you had any specific thoughts.
Yeah, like modern blues riffs. How this thing starts out. It's very. I think doom. You could easily write a college paper how doom is like the next blues or something.
Yeah, I mean, like Vitus was very bluesy.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that going on there. It's all kind of simple. Like the riffs are. I don't know if Sammy explained this when we talked to him or if it's something else I was watching on he's got multiple live streams all over the place. There's a guy on YouTube that I think it's just called Acid Bath Fan that clips up.
Oh, yeah.
Like
He's
really
the one
short
that
little
does,
things.
He might be the same guy that's put together some of the YouTube kind of like demos. And he's the guy, I think, that polishes up some of the demos and things and puts them on YouTube.
Yeah, I think he's always on his live streams. But Sammy's talking about making a riff and then like making it the best it can be. And I think when he's saying that, to my ear, it's that you especially at this era and into like Crowbar and later on in Goatwhore, to be able to make these like simple Celtic Frost riffs that are deceptively simple, but are real. There's a hell of a lot of craft going on there. And I think this album's shown a lot more of that kind of refinement of those riffs, and they're deceptively simple.
Well, I think I got a cool article I kind of came across, and I'm glad that I'm a collector, as Mark and I are collectors
of many things.
And I just didn't get rid of some things in my life, and I'm happy that I have like a box, not as many as I think I used to own, but somehow I kept some of my old Metal Maniacs from when I started buying them in the mid 90s. And I found it's the Metal Maniacs from 1997 October. It's got Testament and Emperor on the cover. Jeff Wagner, friend of the podcast, and also has his own podcast.
Radical Research.
Radical Research, yeah. He does a cool article on retro thrash that's pretty neat in it.
Is this when he was the editor, or is this Catherine?
That's a great question. He also does a think tank on reissues, and that's where he talks about like kind of some interesting stuff. He's the associate editor.
Okay.
Mike G was the editor at this
Okay,
point.
so this is after Catherine left, I think.
I believe so, yeah, because I think I started
Can't think
buying
of her last
in the
name right
Catherine Ludwig.
Yeah, she
Catherine
passed away a
Ludwig.
couple years ago,
Yep.
really young.
Yep. But so they have an acid bath article. It's a couple pages in there. And so there's Jimmy kind of talking about this record. And I think it speaks a little bit to what Mark's talking about in terms of like, even though they do all these like kind of ADD type of things in terms of songwriting, that at the roots is like this core essential, blues kind of like simplicity. And, Jimmy, the drummer, says the most universal sound we have in common would be the old Black Sabbath sound. Sabbath is a favorite among all of us, and outside of that, everybody kind of branches off into their own little realm. Although I think Sammy also mentioned Venom was another band they could.
Yeah.
And Venom's another band that's all about simplicity.
That was the tape, the Man That Sold the World, and black metal.
He says it makes for a unique way of writing, and when everybody comes in, we have all these different little flavors that we contribute to the writing, and then we have our own musical purposes. And at the same time, everybody listens to a wide range of music in general. So when it comes in, that's why you end up with songs like Dead Girl, and then you've got songs like New Corpse, where, and we'll talk about Dead Girl a little bit later, but just like songs that are super eclectic. But I think at their core, that's kind of where they're kind of coming down is like essential, simple songwriting that's like rooted in like the core bands that they kind of love, and then they bring in their other like weird, black metal elements or folk rock or glam rock or all the things we kind of talked about in part one a little there.
Yeah.
The person that interviewed him, I think Sue Knowles, she went on to write for Decibel, I believe, correct?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think she's
maybe Terrorizer at one point too. I'm not 100% sure, but she's a name I'm really familiar with.
Yeah, I think this was earlier on in Decibel, like maybe the first
maybe
100 issues,
the early years or whatever. So,
but I definitely remember seeing her name because she's like a staple.
And I think she was always kind of associated with like doom and sludge and things like that.
Okay.
That was kind of her forte, so it makes sense that she'd be interviewing them here. But she kind of talks about the lyrics, and I'm going to share the lyrics to Bleed Me an Ocean in a second. And so she says, lyrically, of course, aside from being all about death, the songs are quite psychotic in parts, with a big enough share of blood, guts, and gore to rival classic death metal, only with a much more dynamically spine-chilling delivery than your average death belch. It's no doubt that Dax sings these lyrics with such drive and passion, since he also wrote most of the lyrics for them. Although, and I didn't know this, we didn't really ask Sammy about it. Sammy contributed the lyrics to Locust Spawning. Yeah. So, and he kind of talks about Dax's words, which I think came up maybe in part one, where he says it's almost abstract. It just makes sense, but it doesn't. They're just twisted poetry. And so, speaking of twisted poetry, I mentioned the line that he sang that kind of had this sort of sexiness to it, but like, listen to just like the incredible use of language and imagery that he's creating in sort of an abstract way, with Bleed Me an Ocean. He says, let the bleakness roll on, mother's cool reptilian womb ain't so cold tonight. My fingers trace the exit wounds by graveyard light. There's bone dust in my throat and everything is dead, but it's all right. Take it easy. You bleed so easy. Bleed me an ocean tonight. By electric graveyard light, bleed me an ocean. Let me lie beneath the sky. Teach me how to die. As the blossom eats the butterfly, can you feel the cold death that rides along your spine? Let the blackness roll on. You bleed so easy. Let the blackness roll on. I was sexless in clouds again. I was chasing a cold, cold wind. I'd become bored with flesh and bone again, the deepest alone. I was riding the turbulence, an ocean of Hades. It's all downhill from here on the outer nowhere. Let the blackness roll on. I was stoned to the drone of the blackness that hums. I've become bored with flesh and bone again. The endless hum of the highway drone. I was riding the turbulence, an ocean of Hades. The taste of dead sex on my tongue. On my tongue, yeah. Let the blackness roll on. You bleed so easy. Just like the raindrop, I was born, baby, to fall and scale these prison walls. It was over before you were born, sucked into the vacuum of this universal tomb. And then he goes on, old blossom dies like the young man breathes. The insects hum with their hunger and grieve, an icon of pale bone, static white dream, blind in the wilderness. Everybody scream. I couldn't find my way out the door. We all died, woke up on the floor. I ride the painted whore. She gives good universal scream.
And at that moment, Pig Destroyer was formed.
Jesus. I mean, it's, we talked about it, in part one a bit, but it kind of brings me back to, the only thing I can draw allusion to is like beat poetry, on some level, like, and some of that kind of stuff. But I just don't know what the antecedent to this is in like music. What other artists did this? Maybe Captain Beefheart, maybe your Tom Waits a little bit. Certainly Dylan did some abstraction stuff in the mid 60s where he was kind of purposely trying to obfuscate like what he was doing. But, again, I don't know if it's like the writings or his sort of like stream of consciousness when he's like under the influence of stuff. And maybe that's kind of like where he's going to almost, I don't think it was peyote, but maybe some of the other drugs that were being ingested
Morphine?
This time. Yeah. I mean, he makes morphine references on the record and stuff
Screaming
too.
for ice cream.
Yes. We scream, I scream, you scream. We all, so it's, I don't know. I was curious in your musical sort of happenings through the years, if you've encountered lyrics that remind you of this on any kind of level.
I mean, really, it sounds like somebody trying to do, somebody that grew up with death metal and punk rock, trying to really merge those two things together, like more of like stuff like Sisters or Joy Division would do.
Okay.
I think there's definitely more of that goth kind of vibe thrown in there, but not the, like Typo could be thrown in that as well. But Typo always has this kind of like,
there's like a sinister sense of humor and like,
there's definitely a dark
self-deprecating stuff going on there.
But they're doing that because what they're talking about is so leaving them so emotionally bare that
That's
they can't be honest about it. It has to have that
they're almost
little bit
like
of sarcasm
because it's like people understand, like when I teach history, like it takes a while for kids to like get it, and I always feel bad because I feel like I probably offend kids like early on in that class because I'll make like a gallows humor kind of joke, and I have gallows humor in general because I think I teach world history, because like it's the only way I can survive teaching world history. Because like,
if you let everything affect you, you're going to be
just so heavy,
mess.
man. Yeah, like, and again, I'm not talking like I make Holocaust jokes or anything like that, but I have to do some things to lighten the mood because it's just so grim sometimes, and it's like my way of processing. I'm the kind of person that cracks jokes at funerals, but it's like a relief. It's like an emotional relief because like the weight of what's going on like kind of fucks my world up otherwise.
Yeah,
and I'm not afraid of the weight. It's just I have to I want that weight to hit me at a time where I have the like right circumstances to process it.
Yeah, I do similar stuff with it might not be maybe not as gallows, but just sarcasm.
Yeah,
in general,
it's a lot of
especially in like heavy situations
sort of
where people are taking things too seriously. But I think with Dax, his stuff is, I think it's deeply personal. Mm-hmm. But I think he's making it kind of obtuse, so it means something to him more than. You'd have to understand his entire, I think, like where he's coming from, what he did that day, where his mental state is to get all those ideas. Because I've come up with some really interesting shit under the influence of certain things.
Just kind of ranting on some stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and then you go back and look at it like, where did that come from?
Yeah.
And not to say that you can't do it without, but like some people, especially him, he seems to be able to tap into it no matter what at a certain point. But this album, I think, focuses on it way more than the first one did.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got more, like he's kind of discovered his formula for what works for him.
Yeah.
And there is like a Jim Morrison sort of quality to like some of what he's doing too. And I think Morrison probably, I know he ingested a lot of drugs and tried to write a lot of poetry. And some of it, the thing about Morrison is I feel like Riggs strikes me as more sincere. I don't know where Morrison.
I think he's more tapped into that, whatever the ether that's in.
Yeah.
I think Morrison was
he was trying. I feel like
he was
just
trying
never
too hard.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And I like the way Morrison sings, but when I actually like unpack like Morrison lyrics, I'm kind of like
They're kind of trite.
They're a little.
He has good vocal patterns, but not lyrics necessarily.
Yeah, it's weird how that sometimes happens where I like a vocalist, but then when I actually like investigate the words, I'm kind of like, eh.
Yeah.
And people like you and I probably don't investigate the words a lot because just a lot of the extreme metal stuff is not like about the words. It's about like the feeling or just like the vocal intonations. Yeah, the atmosphere. But like this is one of those bands where I have like unpacked the lyrics a little because they are kind of coming from such a strange sort of place, you know. So
we get some goth vibrato in there too, which is nice.
Yeah.
He's starting to showcase all these weird little eccentricities.
What does that remind you of, the goth vibrato? Like,
I mean, it goes to like Nick Cave, it goes to Sisters, like Fields of Nephilim. That's just like a weird, like Bowie, I think probably started it, or Roxy Music too.
Probably, yeah.
But there's that like
Brian
that
Ferry
weird fake
a lot of that
false vibrato thing.
Really
started.
There's
in the late
definitely
70s.
songs I've heard where like, and it might be on some of his solo stuff that really reminds me of like stuff off that first Roxy, record and stuff like that. But it's cool. He just seems to. What I like the most about this band, I think it's probably the thing that might turn people off maybe at first or make them a little bit hard to penetrate, is you can tell that all of the band members, and Sammy has spoken to this, are have an ear to a lot of different things. Mm-hmm. And I think that's always cool when bands are bringing all those diverse things kind of to the table, because it can kind of be overwhelming sometimes, because it's like, where do you find your foundation with the music sometimes? Yeah. But like, it also, like, to me, if you spend the time with it, you can start peeling the layers back, and there's more satisfaction that comes from it. You know, I think it's kind of like some of the stuff like Catatonia, or when Paradise Lost started to show their goth roots and stuff. It was like, oh, okay, I can hear like a Nick Drake part in there, and it's like satisfying if you know and care about like Nick Drake. You could also listen to Catatonia and not know who Nick Drake is and be fine too, you know. Yeah. But like, it to me, like, the more musical knowledge I've gained, the more I get a sense of appreciation for bands that are like have a deeper well of influences sometimes, you know? Yeah, this is like a simplistic explanation of what you're talking about, like Faith No More. Yeah, for sure. Like, they're a bunch of disparate things, but they've got like the rhythm section holds it all together. Yeah. And
Like,
then maybe they could,
funk and metal and all
those
that
guys
shit
could only work together.
Yeah, like nobody really talks about that first album too much. Like, We Care a Lot on it, but I think Patton, when he came in, kind of added some special like crooner vibe that wasn't really there before, that nobody really expected. Yeah, he kind of like I think lit a fire under everybody to like up their game maybe or something. Yeah, you know, which is kind of interesting. So, but yeah, so we're gonna kind of dig around in this record for a couple talk sets here. In this next one, we've got the title track, which again is interesting because they spell it differently as a song than they do as the name of the album. So Paegan is spelled two different ways. I'm not sure if that was just kind of they're having fun, but it's a great sort of New Orleans kind of Sabbath riff that sort of kicks everything off. One of their best ever. It kind of reminds me of something I'd hear off maybe one of the first Down records. Especially there's a song, and I know, Mark, you're not as familiar with Down, but I think it was on their second record. They had a song called New Orleans is a Whore or something like that. And I think it was after, I can't remember if that was a song written before the Hurricane Katrina or not. But anyways, it was kind of an interesting sort of, I always thought, like, what a weird fucking song title to have. Katrina was like 2000, wasn't it? 2004. Yeah. So I can't remember. There was a long in between the first Down and the second Down. I just don't remember when that second Down. I have a feeling. I just remember Kanye was talking about George Bush doesn't care about black people. Yes, yeah, that was around the first Kanye record. Yep, exactly. But that's that Down song in particular. I hear some kind of riffs, in this, and it's kind of cool because you can really hear Dax kind of finding his other kind of non-metal voice to great discovery. He's really like pushing the notes, especially around the 230 mark forward. I said it's like a vocal god discovering his power. Like, he's really like getting like confidence that he didn't have on that first record. Yeah. And this is of course the song that Mark made reference to when he says, you scream, I scream, everybody screams for morphine.
And then that's like where, to me, the second half of the song sounds like a Typo Negative song after that. Like it really goes into that kind of
for sure.
the green sound or whatever, that kind of bass distortion kind of thing that Audie is using is really fucking cool on it. So that's what I had for Pagan Love Song, which is what we're going to kind of open things up with. Then we go into a pair of tunes, Venus Blue and 13 Fingers. And Venus Blue, in a weird way, it's like, I don't know if you had notes for many of these songs, but like the thing about Venus Blue that was weird to me is I hear a lot of like the mid 90s trends of music in a vortex here. Like I hear like he does like warbling vocals that you would hear on like Pearl Jam, but then there's like some like grunge and emotive trappings like that you hear like almost like that flange Kim Thale type guitar during like the quiet parts of the song.
Drop D, man.
Yeah. There's this like monstrous kind of COC Albatross kind of like Smashing Pumpkins, almost like shoegaze wall of distorted guitar sound that's going on.
Yeah. There's some Evanescence stuff.
Yeah.
Production. There's a lot. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
This is like the song I could almost picture on the radio. Like if they were going to have a radio hit song, like it would have been, to me, Venus Blue, which is, it would have been interesting to hear this on the radio. But, like I said, you could almost kind of picture it on the radio until you remember, like I said, the kind of twisted, Dax lyrics and shit like that. But interesting tune there. And then we'll sort of round off with 13 Fingers. And I said with 13 Fingers that this is like the band kind of ricochets back from, I think Venus Blue and 13 Fingers are back to back on the record, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Yeah. So you get like this kind of like, not pop song, but like their catchy song. And then all of a sudden it like ricochets back to, I said, puerile extreme sludge of I Hate God. And I said the song completely drops out. And then that's when Drax the Destroyer. Dax's clean vocals like kind of...
Dave Bautista comes in.
Yes.
And
I was just listening to a podcast about Dave Bautista, like anyways, a wrestling podcast, so that's maybe why. But yeah, his clean vocals like kind of create a nice vocal hook. I said it's kind of disorienting almost. How like the song ricochets from like this really extreme sludge to like these like catchy vocal hooks. Sammy's screams are really incredible, and in fact I think it's Audie that's doing some of the high shrieks in this song too. And then I don't know how familiar you are with like old Soundgarden, but like the second half of the song when they start
pre-Bad Motorfinger, or
like Louder Than Love stuff. When they kind of start this, like they kind of start slowly speeding up the like sort of slow sludgy stuff there. Mm-hmm. It's the tempo shift that they do in a song off Louder Than Love called Gun. I'm not as familiar with that early stuff. I worshipped at the altar of Soundgarden when I was like 15, so like I know this intimately. But Gun is like a song that like over the course of the whole song, it just keeps increasing slowly in speed until it like goes into this like out of control, almost like SST like Black Flag kind of speed at the very end.
Okay.
And that's what sort of happens a little bit in this song, which I think is cool because like a creeping like speedy sludge kind
of thing. It's kind of it's a mix of punk and like the Sabbath formula of speeding up.
Yeah, which is I Hate God, to a T to some extent. So all right, so we're going to hear from Sammy. He's going to talk about Bleed Me an Ocean, the song we opened up with, and then he's going to kind of share his thoughts just about the making of this record and some of what kind of went into it. And then we'll hear Pagan Love Song, Venus Blue, and 13 Fingers. Now, you guys were so young, and I think this is something that happens to bands too, and you already spoke to the idea that all five of you are kind of coming from different musical backgrounds. By the time you got in to start writing Pagan, did you all start to feel like you were already starting to, and I don't know if grow in different directions is the right way of putting it, but it seems like you were evolving as you were growing. Did you kind of start to feel a little bit of separation at that point, even putting Pagan together? Like, oh, you're going more in this direction, you're going more in this direction, or were you guys still kind of a united front still?
Yeah, well, I mean, when we started writing Pagan, in my opinion, I think that's when we were firing in all cylinders. There was no like awkwardness of anybody bringing in any type of influence into the band. That if the outside influences or whatever. Mm-hmm. At that point, when we started working on Pagan, we were like almost fearless. You know what I mean? We were willing to try anything.
And I can definitely hear that throughout the record too. You know, like you were talking about, you know, with like Bleed Me an Ocean and even like Graveflower. I mean, there was just a lot of different ideas that were originated. Like you could hear the impetus of them on Kite Strings, but like to me, you're really coming to your own on Paegan in a certain sense.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I feel the same way, you know, because, you know, we did, you know, when we were writing for Kite String, you know, we were angry. You know, we were angry with some angry young men. So, you know, when we started writing for Paegan, it was, I guess we were more focused on the darkness rather than just being angry young men, you know what I'm saying? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think the textures are darker on that record. Like you have a song like Dead Girl, which is heavy in an acoustic sort of way, right? Like it's dark. It's not just angry. It's like got a beautiful darkness. It's like David Lynchian or something like that. Like
exactly.
It's just got these,
you know,
like those kind of terror. You know,
that's what I kind of felt. You know, that, you know, instead of, I can't explain it, man. It's really hard to explain, but you pretty much nailed it. Just like, you know, it's so many bands that, you know, they claim to be dark. But, I mean, you listen to the dark parts on that record, and it's fucking dark, you know? It's not so much of like a vampire coming out of a coffin dark, you know?
No, it's not Hot Topic.
It's more true,
yeah.
true, you know, darkness in humanity, you know?
Yeah, it seems very personal. Like, yeah, taking that kind of like internal stuff and pushing it out into just like amplifying those kind of, instead of the, or like a lot of early bands, there's a lot of just anger, outright anger. But then like where you can, the second, third albums, you start getting these bits where it's more, it can still be like these kind of abstract vocals or lyrics, but really you're thinking about like it's about real stuff. And that's what makes, you know, I think the second record, you know, even more powerful.
I agree with you 100%. Yes.
And I think the example you use is interesting about like the vampire kind of thing. Because I teach a film class, and Mark and I talk about movies a lot on this because we took a lot of film classes together in college and stuff. And like, I don't really get scared by too many horror films, but I do get scared by like David Lynch films. And I know I brought that up earlier. And to me, it's a maturity difference. Like, horror is entertaining to me, but like,
yes.
Lynch is taking you to really uncomfortable truths and
inside
dark
yourself.
Revealed realities.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Paegan's kind of doing. And that's probably why people have such a visceral reaction to you guys.
That is a great combination of words that you used to describe that record. Uncomfortable truths.
Yeah.
Unearthing uncomfortable truths. That you pretty much nailed it on the head with that. Yes. Good job.
Me and that
man.
English teacher, we met up earlier. We were kind of talking about how to define all this.
That's awesome.
So for you, I guess, with Paegan, we talked about Bleed Me an Ocean, but are there other songs on that stand out to you when you kind of reflect as this is kind of the final statement for the band that you're particularly proud of?
Like as far
just as songs
like,
maybe, or just like, wow, we really put a cool idea together there and saw its fruition. Like you said, with Bleed Me an Ocean as an example, but I didn't know if there were other songs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of other songs that I'm like you're saying, like Graveflower. You know, that song is amazing to me. You know, I still can't, you know, really put my finger on how we wrote that song. You know, it's like it just kind of happened. You know, it's not really something that we sat down and thought about. You know, it just happened.
Sure.
Yeah, that was one that really was like, wow, how the fuck did we just create this?
Yeah, I mean, I hear in that song, I hear like Candlemass riffs, but I also hear like Joy Division kind of energy, you know, like those like
Dax was definitely a
there's
big,
lots of things going on there.
Yeah, Dax was definitely a big goth rock fan, so you could definitely hear that a lot on that record. You know, that's when he started getting into his goth rock thing, and I was like, yeah, cool, awesome. Roll with it if that's what makes you happy.
Some of the research I've seen, like Dax referred to the band as called death rock, and you referred to the band as gothic hardcore. And I think they both work in a. You got to think about it a little bit, but they both work in a pretty cool way.
I mean, yeah, it's you have to find some kind of way to describe it to make people really understand what it's going to sound, what you're in store for, you know. Yeah. As far as other songs that really stand out, oh man, I remember, there's so many. Dead Venus Blue, for example. Yep. Let's take that one. That song actually Audie started writing that song because he wrote the opening part to it. It was played by the guitars, but he wrote that on the bass. And it was me and him. We traveled to get from Galliano to Morgan City for rehearsal. And we got to the rehearsal room a little earlier than the rest of the guys. And he was like, okay, I have this part and check it out. Tell me what you think. And he starts playing a part, and I was sitting around. I was like, so I just jumped on the drums, just messing around with him, you know, to kind of feel it out and all this. Then Mike actually shows up a little bit into that, and then Mike starts playing it. Then it's like me, Mike, and Audie jamming, and I'm playing drums. And mind you, I can't play drums. So by the time that the other guys got to the rehearsal room, which was Jimmy and Dax, we had basically had the song finished. And we just kind of let Jimmy and Dax hear what we had, like the rough skeleton of the song. And I think that Jimmy was a little annoyed that I was playing his drums. But a great song came out of it, you know, and that's all. At the end of the day, that's all that really matters, you know.
I mean, that's a song, and maybe we'll get to this near the end, but like, I could envision that song almost on the radio. It's got that kind of like quality. There's like a, you know, I mean, grunge was a thing that was happening in the beginning of the decade.
The lyrics would be a little bit too much for the radio now, you know.
And my exact words are, I could envision this on the radio until you remember the sick, twisted rot of Dax's lyrics. I literally just wrote that. Yeah, so you're right, absolutely. But musically, I think there's something there, like a formula. Like, okay, there's a path to. If you want it to go in a more commercial direction, if the band kind of went on, that could have been sort of a pathway, but still a lot of integrity. It wasn't a commercial song, but it just had those like catchy elements built into its DNA a little bit.
Like a little, like the maturity happening where you're like the time changes are becoming more
less whiplashy,
less arbitrary, and more like focusing on the song. Mm-hmm. I mean, just a maturity growth thing.
Exactly. Yeah, we definitely started, you know, not trying to not be so experimental with the time changes. You know what I'm saying? We wanted to kind of keep it more of a traditional kind of rock formula, you know, as far as the song structures went.
Yeah, that's definitely evident immediately. It's still surprising to me that there's only just, you know, 5 years for all of this, but you know, when you're young and, you know, that's all you're focusing your time on. That's like an incredible gestation of ideas, and the stuff you can come up with is really, really, really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can't really explain it. It all just kind of happened, you know?
Yeah, all the retrospect stuff, it's like, oh, what were you thinking? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Nobody knows exactly.
We were young kids jamming. But like you said, you were just jamming and playing drums, and all of a sudden a song came out.
Yeah, just, you know, and doing other things while we're doing this jamming. But anyway, let's not get into that.
Yeah. Well, it's illegal here, so it's fine. In Michigan, it's legal.
Well, you know, some of the stuff probably still isn't legal, but let's not talk about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it says, I one of the other notes I wrote to myself is some of the non-musical influences that came in, and one, of course, was, drug use and some of that. But it says that, like, Dax kind of brought in some comic book stuff, like Alan Moore and Clive Barker influence, and you guys were sampling Clockwork Orange and Blue Velvet, and even paganism was kind of coming in. Any of that stuff that you want to kind of talk about?
Like you said, unearthing the uncomfortable truths.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he was totally into like that stuff, like Alan Moore and stuff like that, and
which Mark's a comic book illustrator and writer, so that's kind of why
that's awesome.
we're big comic geeks. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you'd probably get along really good with Dax then, because he loves comic books. But definitely Dax took a lot of influence from that, somewhat of, there was a little bit of an occult influence, I would say, on some of the lyrics on Paegan Terrorism Tactics, because, I'm not going to get into it. But
all right.
People start dabbling in certain things. But
gotcha. All right. Was that the black metal influence? Were you guys listening to too many Emperor records?
No, we're reading a lot of interesting books at the time. Gotcha. Let's just put it that way. What else? I'm sorry, where were we?
We were just talking about some of the non-musical influences that kind of influenced Acid Bath and some of the unique ideas you were doing.
Yeah, exactly. And you hit it right on the head, like Blue Velvet. That movie it's not a horror movie, but it is pretty disturbing, Mm-hmm. Just that was the whole thing, is just, just truly disturbing stuff,
mm-hmm.
and not so much as, this campy kind of, I'm going to do this or that, really true shit that really fucking happens in the real world that is not good,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think you guys reflected that really well in your lyrics and just in the sound too. It was, beautiful, but also like upsetting and all.
That's why you're going to get that pull quote for unearthing uncomfortable.
Yeah, unearthing uncomfortableness. There you go. That's it. Yeah.
Unearthing uncomfortable truths.
Yeah. Damn. Sometimes. It's been a long school year, but sometimes I'm on point.
Yeah, because this is the 25th anniversary of.
Yeah, man.
Of the album.
Of Paegan. Yeah. Wow. Yep. Yeah, because you're doing some stuff.
Yeah.
Talk about that for people that are interested.
Yeah, this year, I forget, when is it? It's in a couple of months. I forget exactly the date, but it's this year, the 25th anniversary of Paegan Terrorism Tactics. So we just released like 2 limited edition patches that I believe are very close to being sold out. If they aren't sold out already, we released them on Sunday.
Yeah, I saw that on Instagram.
But it wasn't very many of them. Yeah, it was only like 110 of each. It was real limited. But that's what we want to do. It's like we're going to release a couple of things every couple of months or every month. And it's going to be super limited, but it's going to be awesome. I think the next thing we're possibly going to do is a back patch. But it's going to be like a woven back patch. It's not going to be like some printed thing. And it's to be full color of the Kevorkian artwork on Paegan Terrorism Tactics.
Oh,
so
nice. Yeah, cool.
I'm looking forward to seeing how that comes out. And I know we're working on a couple of other things that I can't talk about just yet. Okay. But we're going to have some cool shit coming out this year to celebrate the 25 years of Paegan Terrorism Tactics for sure.
Now, when you say we, is that you and Mike and Dax and Jimmy all kind of working together on this?
Yeah.
Or is just, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally.
So there's some potentially exciting things happening.
Yeah, as far as merchandise goes, yes. Okay. As far as music goes, I don't really foresee that, unfortunately,
Sure.
Because it's just, everybody's kind of doing their own thing right now. I would love it to happen. I mean, I would chop off a pinky to make it happen.
It'd be
because
huge right now.
Yeah, I mean, my right hand pinky, I don't really need it. It's
Fairly
fine.
useless. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to pick with it, so who needs it?
Yeah, exactly. It would actually make it more aerodynamic.
Yeah.
You'd be one step closer to Tony Iommi when he lost part of his finger,
And that's when he started getting amazing.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
But as far as playing together, anything, fortunately, I can't see that happening unless some kind of crazy change happens in some people that miraculously want to do this again. Maybe. But
Gotcha.
as far as I'm concerned, I am 100% into playing with those guys again. But
good. The door's open.
You heard it first.
I can't. Yeah, exactly. But like I said to all the fans out there that are going to start complaining about this, I'm just going to tell y'all
It
that
ain't
I
you.
can't do this by myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
If
it
I
wouldn't
could've
be doing with other people that aren't you guys. You know what I mean? Fill in people.
Yeah.
That defeats the whole purpose.
I mean, I've thought about possibly getting some of my friends together that were friends with the band back in the day and possibly just doing like a small set of some Acid Bath songs out here because it would be fun,
Yeah.
I would have fun playing those songs again, even though it wouldn't be called Acid Bath. It would be like a tribute to Acid Bath more than anything, But it would just be an excuse for me to be selfish and play those songs again, even though some of the guys don't want to play them with me anymore,
Felt so goddamn good today. If I was ever alive, well, it's hard to say. It was kissing my eyelids and burning my face. just the wreckage of crumbling faces. I know the pale thing in the darkest of places.
That was 13 Fingers, Venus Blue, and Paegan Love Song. So now we sort of get into kind of the lion's share of the record. As Sammy kind of talked about there, some of the different things that were kind of going on. And I think even he feels that like Bleed Me an Ocean is, like kind of a quintessential type song and stuff.
Yeah.
one thing, and Sammy's going to have his own thoughts on the cover art, and we'll hear from that, coming up soon. But I did find a interesting quote from Mike Sanchez, who we haven't really heard his voice much in any of this, where he kind of talked about the covers in general. The Gacy cover, the Richard Ramirez, and then the one for Paegen, which is Jack Kevorkian, and he just said
pretty good painter.
Yeah,
I gotta say, out of all of them, he's probably the best.
Do you see like the Kevorkian one the best, probably?
It's rendered the best because the Pogo stuff is, I mean, it's got its charms for sure. It's it's like a
give us some art theory here.
Well, it's a crudely rendered folk art looking stuff.
Yeah,
something you buy to, like you go to a flea market and some ladies like painting on pieces of wood
one?
Or something. Yeah,
yeah,
it's got that kind of like crude vibe to it. That
I mean,
I appreciate more now. But
as an art person, what do you think's going on like symbolically here? Because it's got some
attention to it.
It's definitely some interesting like Easter Christ, Easter egg. I mean, there's like a lot of really.
Oh, there's a rabbits holding the halo, and then there's like a cross being used as a
puppet thing,
puppet
right?
string.
Yeah,
and they're peeling them out of looks like Joseph's Technicolor Dreamcoat.
And an Easter egg, I would imagine, right? Do you think that's an Easter egg? Like kind of making commentary on like the Easter being a pagan holiday, perhaps? And
that could be. I can't,
because they're Easter bunnies, I feel like, which is like a weird, like, why the fuck do bunnies come out of eggs on Easter? And, like, there's all these, like,
yeah.
Easter's such a fucked up holiday when I explain that to my kids sometimes.
It's very multicultural.
Yeah. It's definitely a pagan meeting.
But as far as, like, the rendering is concerned, like, he actually knows what he's doing.
So there's some good technique going on.
Yeah, dude, like, some gradation. I mean, it looks like classic, like, I would say, like, late 60s, early 70s, like, advertising art.
Okay. Any comic book artists that have...
Not really his. That's definitely looks like it's acrylic paint.
Okay.
If I had to guess.
Interesting. Yeah. I honestly, until this moment, I haven't really thought about the symbolism. I've looked at
I've neither, yeah.
I've looked at the Pogo one a little bit more because it's kind of more notoriously iconic. But yeah, this one is...
Well, for being a Michigan guy, Kevorkian was always in the news. I remember seeing interviews and was like, why? I never understood the controversy around it as much as, the news did, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like he was providing a service that, people could get done in other countries, and it was kind of...
Autonomy of your body seemed like a normal thing. I didn't know why that was controversial, but
yeah,
I also am not like a fundamentalist either. So
I don't know if it was really like the Christian right coming after him, or I think it was people in general. Like doctors didn't approve because he's going against the HIPAA and all that kind of stuff. But look at it now. Like I think he had more integrity than people that go out on the pharmaceutical companies come in and they buy you like a real nice dinner and take you out to a vacation and like
they're pumping you full of drugs that like stretch you alive almost just so they
or
get
like
more
something
out of you.
That if you just had a little bit of discipline you could not have to take.
Yeah,
like that's never pushed at all. But that stuff's fine with ethics. But then this was just a bridge too far.
Yep. Yeah. No, this seems more like compassionate in a weird way.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, Mike said, he said the madness, chaos, and romance of Ramirez and Gacy was a tasteful ingredient to throw into our American pie. Dr. Jack Kevorkian was part of what was going on the inside. Some praise for him, giving him their freedom, and those on the outside wanting the freedom to control. So
that's what government wants to do, man.
Yep. This is kind of an interesting. They're kind of making commentary on what's going on the outside and the inside of society and stuff like that. So
yeah, I mean, Kevorkian's kind of like an outsider hero in a way.
Yeah, in a way. Yeah, he's kind of...
Did you ever watch the movie that Pacino played him in?
No, I didn't.
It's like an HBO.
I heard it was good.
I've never seen it.
I heard it was actually pretty good. I actually heard the one I haven't seen from HBO biopic was that I've heard is even better is the Michael Douglas like Liberace one. I've heard it's like
Behind the Candelabra.
Yeah, I've heard it's actually really great, but I've never seen it.
I mean, most of it.
Okay.
Yeah, most of it was the fact that at least me growing up, Michael Douglas was seen as this like super hetero sex symbol. So I think there's a certain amount of him playing against type like made people more endeared.
Got it.
To him. So he's basically playing himself, but he's just got a little bit of Liberace. It's not quite as over the top as I remember watching Liberace as a kid all the time.
Yeah.
On Muppet Show and stuff. And like he was way
he's pretty flamboyant.
But Douglas, reels it back in a little bit and it's fine. I'd rather watch like The Game or like a multitude of other things that he's in.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But it's
I
interesting.
just recently watched. I hadn't seen it since I was a kid, but like I'm on a big like '80s kick. probably due to like the 80s like boner comedy book that I read. It just like opened up a bunch of doorways. Like I've been watching 80s horror stuff. I just watched Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw 3, which I'd never seen. I always remember the notoriousness of it, like that.
Have you seen?
They had to cut a
4?
bunch of. No, I never saw 4.
The
Is that the
McConaughey
McConaughey one? That's the new one.
He has a remote control leg.
Yeah, okay.
Where he uses the TV remote to make his leg
Oh
work.
Jesus!
It's a turd, but I'd watch it just out of.
It's Renee Zellweger and yeah. I think Days of Confused got both of them that job because they were both in Days of Confused. So
Either that or they did it right before because that movie wasn't released. That was shelved for a while.
Yeah, I think they filmed Days in '92, and I think like that got them. Like,
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't think that other one came out till like '95 or something like that.
It was like New Generation or something. It was, it's a stinker.
But yeah, then I watched Shocker today, another '80s kind of Wes Craven. You know, all I remember about Shocker, besides we talked about the soundtrack in our soundtrack episodes, but was they always had the ad for Shocker on the back of like comics for like 2 months.
Yeah,
I just remember like, oh, and of course I didn't know it was Skinner from X-Files until years later because it obviously predates,
I didn't either. I saw it. I think I might have saw it in the theater when it came out.
But it was interesting. Like you could see like it has like Nightmare on Elm Street kind of ideas like mixed in with it and stuff. But I don't even remember. Was the premise was it like a transferring of consciousness to an inmate thing? Yeah, like well, no, the inmate is the killer. He's killing like Peter Berg is the kid, and his like stepdad or adopted dad or whatever is the cop.
Okay.
Who's trying to stop this like serial killer that's killing like people in this small town, and then they finally catch the serial killer, but he's like into like witchcraft and black magic, and so he was like a.
There's some. He was
like an electronic repairman or something. Okay. Like that. So he does some like spell to like transfer his essence inside like the TV, and he can like travel through electricity and then bounce into people's bodies and like become them and kill as them and
I know
shit.
There's something like that because that whole transference thing was big in the 90s. Like body parts. Was another one of those things. So, like, does the evil come from the person or can it be transferred? You know.
Yeah. Well, and Peter Berg is interesting because the main actor in that movie his cousin was Buzz Bissinger, I don't know, who wrote the book Friday Night Lights. And so then Peter Berg directed the movie Friday Night Lights and then became the executive producer of the TV show, which I love both, the movie and the TV show. And then Peter Berg's gone and did like he did The Kingdom. I don't know if you ever saw that movie. He did that Battleship. He did Battleship, that movie based on the game Battle. I never saw it.
Well, every time if you turn on HBO middle of the day, it's on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've seen like little pieces of it. It's got the dude from Friday Night Lights in it.
Okay.
The long-haired dude that was in the John Carter movie.
Yeah.
Can't think of his name.
Riggins. Tim Riggins is his character.
Yeah.
I remember.
And then his brother is the dude from True Blood. He's one of the Swedish brother emporium of actors or whatever.
Yeah,
but it's real stupid.
Yeah,
real dumb. It's got Liam Neeson in it though.
Yeah, there you go. So, anyways, as I was saying, I recently watched *Romancing the Stone* and *Jewel of the Nile* with Michael Douglas, and I kind of remember those being like low rent Indiana Jones kind of movies.
I think *Jewel of the Nile* or
*Romancing's* the first.
*Romancing's* good.
Yeah,
I think
*Jewel's*
the second
okay.
one's kind of turdy, but
*Jewel's* like. That's really the low rent kind of Indiana Jones kind of isms. And
or
stuff.
King Solomon's Mines.
I never saw that.
With Richard, what the fuck's his name? I don't know. A big sex pot that turned like using the Thornbirds and stuff.
Oh yeah, Richard
Chamberlain.
Richard Chamberlain.
And then he came out as gay.
Yeah. He was in Thornbirds and a samurai movie. What was that samurai like miniseries he was in? Shogun. Yeah.
I used to watch that.
Yeah, I just remember seeing the cover.
That and Kung Fu used to be on like Channel 66.
Okay. David Carradine. There you go. But yeah, so anyways, I just recently went on that journey, and I've kind of got like a mean recent like Kathleen Turner kind of fixation because I watched Body Heat, and she's hot as hell in that movie.
Yeah,
and
you should watch some of her Broadway stuff if you want to get into it.
Oh, really?
Well, no, she did something like
she did some
nudity.
Recently?
Some very brave nudity.
I don't need to see that.
If you're into Kathy Bates from About Schmidt,
I love that movie, but I'm not into Kathy Bates and About Schmidt.
So your VHS doesn't go at that spot.
No. But no, and then Peggy Sue Got Married, which is a Coppola film I just recently kind of
Serial Mom
got into. Yeah, I know. I don't know if I actually ever saw Serial Mom.
It's good. I didn't see it till
John
a couple
Waters,
years ago.
right?
I think so.
Yeah. And my big library sale that I make reference to for a long time Requiem fans, that like the Romeo Public Library is just like out of this world with stupid shit.
Just don't tell your secrets, man. People are gonna move here just for that.
Yeah, exactly. They would have to really like scout it out to know when. But where was I going with this? I don't know.
Recent acquisition?
Yeah, some recent acquisition that I got.
Kathleen Turner?
Kathleen Turner, maybe? Oh, Crybaby. I just recently picked that up. That's a John Waters.
Oh, the Johnny Depp thing.
I never actually saw it as a kid. I know it was turned into like a musical and shit.
I saw that. I don't remember much about it.
Yeah, so it's one of those I remember at the shelf, just kind of staring at the spines and stuff. But yeah. So I don't know how we got on this the Michael Douglas kick, but we got on it somehow.
Liberace.
Oh, that's how. See, this is what you pay the big bucks for Requiem podcasts. If you want Liberace talk, you come for Acid Bath episodes to get the real
diversity here,
the real scoop on this stuff. Yeah. So, but yeah, so the lion's share of stuff we're going to kind of get into, and Sammy's going to talk about the cover art too, coming up soon. We've got Graveflower, and Graveflower, I think for me, is the other MVP of the record. It does a lot of kind of heavy lifting. It starts with this great, like murder, like whispered.
Yeah.
And, so the opening lyric is like murder, and then he says, "Stoned I awoke in your temple to blackness above you and death beside me, where kitchen knives conspire. Razor blades make bloodless love like murder. The ghost of a pale girl is solemnly following me. Pale will she follow me into the sea." I mean, that's like some like gothic literature. You know what I mean? It's like something you would expect, like
some Byron.
Yeah,
shit,
something like that. It's really fucking crazy stuff. But
it's got like even like there's some like some Bride stuff. Some My Dying Bride.
Guess what my opening line is? It's got some epic My Dying Bride
and some
Candlemass.
Yeah.
We,
triumphant riffs.
For people that are new to our podcast, we take notes separately, and then we like to surprise each other to see if we notice the same things.
And this kind of has that Sabbath structure thing again too, where it's kind of jumping around a little bit.
Yeah.
Good guitar tone.
I think the guitar tone, I get like kind of a shimmering thing, like what you would hear in like Joy Division, Cure, shoegaze kind of stuff, like a hypnotic shimmering kind of quality. In the midway, I think this is probably the Sabbath thing you're talking about.
Harmonics.
He's got this 70s like metal classic riff that just kind of emerges. That's probably like the 70s. Yeah, those harmonics are definitely Bride, or even Candlemass even too.
Yeah, that was something kind of like the drop D guitar tuning and pinch harmonics were kind of a big deal.
I was trying to explain, and this may be the appropriate place to have this kind of conversation. I was trying to like explain to my roommate, who is completely new to like any of this stuff. He knows who Sabbath is, and I told Mark
he's like 10 years your junior or so.
Yeah, but he's never been a metal guy. He liked some of it that I played for him, but I was rocking out some Solitude Eternus, which for patrons is a sneak preview for soon. So if you like Solitude Eternus, it'd be a good time to sign up to become a patron. But he kind of walked in the room. He's like, "What is this? Is that Dio singing?" Because his context is kind of very little. And so I kind of started to break down like the differences I was kind of explaining like doom metal a little bit, and I was kind of talking about how there's like European doom metal, there's like British doom metal, there's American doom metal, and they all kind of have like different approaches. And here's how I explained it, and feel free to like jump in, because I don't know if I did a good job on it, but I kind of said, I feel like a lot of American doom metal is coming out of like more traditionally like blues and blues rock. Like bands like Trouble, Pentagram, St. Vitus, at least the traditional doom stuff is doing that. Whereas like the British doom stuff has like a 1 foot in that scene, but also has 1 foot in like what the European doom stuff like Candlemass was sort of doing, which is coming more out of like classical music. It's more like
it's like classical music mixed with like traditional heavy metal or
something like that. Yeah, it's got like more, it's like more virtuoso. Like when you hear like the guitar playing on Candlemass, you're like, holy shit, the solos,
the leads, yeah,
they pop in ways that you don't hear in like Vitus, where like Dave's playing like more out of feel, like more bluesy kind of style, Hendrix kind of style.
And he's playing with a Floyd Rose too, like so he can dive bomb, and there's all a mix of a lot of it's definitely not. I could never like, oh, that's the solo from this song. It's like they all kind of have a similar vibe where they're just kind of playing off that initial riff, but just making noise and effects and
I feel like maybe, and so I guess because then I played him some Bride and some Anathema and some of that, and I was trying to explain like how they were different than because I played him Candlemass after Solitude Eternus, because he seemed to really dig like the Solitude Eternus riffs. He was like, oh, this is fucking cool. I'm like, yeah. I said the vocals are a little more like power metal-ish, which, comes out of like Candlemass also did that. So then I showed him some Candlemass and he was like, this is cool. Like
Messiah era? Or?
Yeah, I showed him both actually. I played him Solitude and
because they've had 4 vocalists now, I think.
Yeah, Jonas, Robert Lowe, and then who's the 4th guy? I can't remember who the 4th guy was.
I have the record though.
Yeah,
it's from the '90s on Peaceville.
Yeah,
and it's quite good. I think
he's
only
chapter 4. Is it?
Yeah, I think he's only on 1 record.
Yeah, I think it's the guy who's singing on chapter 4. I can't remember
what I'm just thinking of Count Raven, and that's not the same
Christos.
band.
Yeah, I was just listening to our Vitus episode. Christos. So I guess like the British thing, because like the British really take the baton in the early 90s with Cathedral and Bride and Anathema and Paradise Lost. To me, like they were like drawn a little bit from both camps because they had some more virtuoso, but then they're bringing in like that European like Celtic Frost thing too.
Yeah.
A little bit more. So like to me, like the British bands had the luxury of hearing what was happening in Europe and in America and almost like combining those two elements. Whereas like,
sure.
I don't hear a lot of like Frost in most traditional doom bands in America. It's not till you get to like Acid Bath and like almost like the next generation after Vitus and Trouble that they start bringing in more of those elements.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm wrong in thinking that. It was just like I said, I was trying to make some sense to a naysayer and trying to explain and be like, does this make any sense? And he kind of followed, but he kind of also was like overwhelmed.
There's that whole British, all the British Isles in general, that kind of gothic doom vibe that they've kind of have with Hammer, with
even Nawabum, your Witchfinder General and some of those
like
Pagan Altar.
That whole like kind of Victorian Gothic sensibility has always been there in their literature.
Wicker
and
Man
too.
And some of that kind of stuff kind of going on.
Like when you think of the British Isles, it's just like, it's like mist and old timey archaic things, Stonehenge, like it's got a weird vibe. And at least as growing up in the 80s, 70s and 80s as a kid, the UK was always like, it's about Shakespeare, it's about mysticism.
Yeah.
King Arthur, like all this kind of shit seemed like really prevalent.
And I mean, I only lived there for like 3.5-ish months, so it's like I'm probably the wrong person to give you a value to it. But I do remember, especially going to Bath, which Ian talked about Bath a little bit. I think it's Bath if you do it like properly, but whatever. Bath is how we'd say it in the Midwest. Bath, yeah. And it's right on the sea, and there's almost like what's the place in New York where they film The Warriors? Why can't I think of it? The old like Cedar Point type place.
Coney Island?
Yeah, it's like got like a Coney Island there. So there's like roller coasters
Except
and shit.
It's all bleak and gross.
It is. It's bleak and it's like really dangerous. People die on that roller coaster. That's what my host brother would always tell me. But I remember it was like pouring rain and we had like rain jackets on and we were just out kind of like wandering the ancient streets. And Bath's like an old Roman settlement. So it's even cooler. They have like, it's named after the Roman baths that are there that you can visit. Mm-hmm. So it's got like that pagan, it's got some of the roots in some of that a little bit too. But I remember at the time I was reading Moby Dick and I was like standing on the shore, like looking out at the ocean and like all this, like just the grayness of like England. And suddenly like everything made sense to me. I just remember being like, oh, okay. Like this is probably what it would have been like to live in like New England, like 150 years ago in like a fishing village and just like that.
It's tough.
That weirdness. Yeah, that harsh weirdness, kind of the island kind of mentality almost, and you think Wicker Man, that sort of island kind of mentality that's like we're fucking different from mainland people. And I don't know. But there was definitely this overwhelming sort of like gray feeling at all times. Like I can count on like one hand maybe the days that I saw the sun. Now, again, I was there from October through January. Not exactly the best time to be there, but it never really snowed very much at all, like if ever, which is weird being from Michigan because we're used to snow in the wintertime, but it definitely had like rainy kind of mysticism kind of going on a little bit. And so I didn't see Stonehenge then, not till like about a decade later or so did I visit Stonehenge and, had fun there. Stonehenge, I didn't really take, I was more kind of like touristy, like geek to see Stonehenge and thinking about Spinal Tap the whole time. So like there was no mystical energy that really was kind of
little people dancing around.
Yeah, exactly. So, but one thing Sammy said about Paegan that I think is cool, and he'll talk more about the cover art soon, but this is from that Metal Maniacs thing. He just said we've matured a lot as musicians and songwriters. With the last album, we toured so many times that we were playing every night for 3 months at a time. That really affects your play in a positive way. Your endurance builds up, and it definitely had a good effect on our playing technicality-wise. We had a different vibe in our brains for this one. I don't think it's an aggressive, or it's as aggressive. Sorry, read that wrong. So you can kind of almost feel like the softer kind of vibes. You know, it's like there's less harsh edges on this record. It's definitely a little bit more.
I think there's less to prove.
Yeah.
It's like definitely that maturity thing is kicking in
for sure. But yeah, so we go from Graveflower to Locust spawning, which I believe this is the song that Sammy wrote the lyrics for.
It sounds like Nail Bomb.
Is that what you wrote?
Fear Factory, Napalm, and has it industrial kind of.
Yeah, I said black dissonance meets industrial percussion and Fear Factory riffery, all mixed with a sludgy backdrop to craft a weird, unique sound. I said that Jimmy's drumming is top notch, and there's like I kind of heard more Godflesh, but I could obviously hear Nail Bomb too, because they're kind of contemporaries in the mid '90s with that kind of alternative metal sound, industrial,
like
whatever.
Some
it is.
Sepultura, and stuff
exactly.
Too. But he was talking about how Jimmy is using electronic drums. I'm wondering if this is where
this seems to be where it's got to be.
Like if it's programmed, or if it's just him augmenting the set with some electronic elements.
Because like really, once that Godflesh kind of Nail Bomb part takes over, like halfway through, I wrote around the 2:45 mark, it gets this like apocalyptic kind of ending that I said is just really befits the subject matter. It's weird. You don't hear that in a lot of their other stuff, especially like Graveflower. But so Locust Spawning is kind of a fun one. Then we hear from Old Skin. Speaking of drug-induced kind of tortured poetry.
Oh, I thought that was a sample at first.
No, it's actually them performing, and then they just like manipulate it in the studio to make it seem like off-kilter. So that's like Dax like reciting just like a stream of consciousness sort of poem there.
Yeah, and then goes into like a Neurosis vibe or something.
Yeah, totally weird. And so it's almost like plugged in and connected to Locust Spawning. Like on the album, they're almost like interconnected. But I have, where's the quote where Sammy's talking about it? Sammy says, Old Skin. He says, let's see. He's talking about Locust Spawning and Old Skin. Let's see. He says Old Skin, which is essentially a dry read with some sound effects going on behind it. He said, regarding the purpose of this short piece, Sammy says that we used to do that live. We were about 2 years into this band. We really didn't have enough songs to play live, so we just do all this weird poetry stuff with all these weird sounds in the background just to take up time. So we did a little bit smidgen of it on the last album, but on this one, we were trying to get into it a little bit more. And on the next, it's going to be even more apparent in the songs themselves. So, So it's interesting that he's talking about the next album, and we'll talk more about that in the next set. But, they kind of had their eyes on that. Then we get to Dead Girl. And Dead Girl, I have some notes. I got to flip my notes over here. Dead Girl's really, in a way, a real portent into, like, where we're going in the next part of this whole show. Mm-hmm. To me, it's like it's them showing like they don't have to do metal to be dark and heavy in a way. Like they can still add this kind of mysterious kind of element to it with like acoustic vibes, and it can still like work. I don't know, like what other metal bands were doing stuff like that? I mean, Sabbath obviously did stuff like, Planet Caravan and Solitude, but I guess, did Bride or any of the Peaceful Anathema did what usually they brought in like female vocals.
Bride did stuff where it was really stripped down, where you'd have it was basically just Aaron drums and a violin.
Yeah, I think of like
that wasn't like heavy per se, but it was like,
but it still felt like
pummeling
the weight. Yeah, you feel the weight on Dead Girl. I guess that's what I'm going for. I like it was
really a lot of it reminds me of Buckley's sketches for My Sweetheart the Drunk. Like on the surface, it doesn't seem. But it has just this aura of just like bleakness and also that's like,
what was the song Catatonia covered? Nightmares by the Sea, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's got.
But like Yard of Blonde Girls is like that's another one where it's just that. It's almost like a metal riff, but then that's all that's heavy about it. But then the whole idea of the lyrics are way, bring the whole thing down to another level.
Yeah.
But
maybe Zeppelin a little too, that they're drawing from, because like Buckley was drawing a lot from Zeppelin, and like Zeppelin could still have like acoustic driven songs that were kind of like weighty, you think of like the beginning of Stairway or A lot of Led Zeppelin 3 had like a lot of that too. Yeah, so it's interesting. You didn't hear a lot of metal bands doing stuff. I don't know if like Dead Girl would be considered risky for an extreme metal band in this time period, or if people like were like, well, everything else this band does is eclectic, so this makes about as much sense as anything. You know, people.
Yeah, I don't think I think that might be one of the reasons why I didn't, glom on, because they were too hard to nail down.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if they're even really considered an extreme metal band. They were just like, they always were kind of their own thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have extreme vocals, but there's enough parts in songs like Dead Girl or Bleed Me an Ocean that like you could play for like a traditional metal fan, and they probably, even though there's some screams here and there, like it's not enough to like chase people away.
No, and that stuff was, slowly kind of being accepted in mainstream music anyways.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
like Korn and stuff was coming right up
bring
on
that,
there.
that screaming in a little bit.
Yeah, because I thought it was crazy that the screaming used to be like nobody could fucking hit. That was the dividing line between, you could like grunge music or you could like hard rock and heavy metal, but then when like this growling and screaming shit, like I'd never thought that was going to be on the radio.
No.
And then 10 years later,
yeah.
Well,
I remember what was so shocking, and this is like we talked about how they definitely had an influence on bands like System of a Down and Slipknot in part one.
Mm-hmm.
System of a Down, like I always put them in with like new metal. That's kind of where I thought they were kind of coming from. I did see them open up for Slayer on the Diablos tour when we saw them in Grand Rapids, and I didn't really care because I was pretty poisoned to new metal at that point. I wasn't really willing to give much of a chance. I mean, that was even before like I rediscovered Deftones. I just had dismissed Deftones until Evie like sat me down. I was like, no, Deftones are still cool. And I was like, oh, it's okay to like the like top notch shit of genres. You know what I mean? Like,
well, and those unfortunately those bands were thrown into. I'm not much of a System of a Down fan, but I appreciate their what they're trying to do. I think they're more important politically than they are musically.
Sure. Yeah.
But those that was the only place where they'd fit. Is like,
yeah,
we can, shoehorn
we
got to
put them on Ozfest. Yeah, they're not going to go anywhere else. But like the fact that they had some associations with Slayer and stuff was cool. But it was that first song on their second record, which is, I'm freaking drawing a blank on it now. It's like their biggest fucking song that they ever did.
Chop Suey.
Chop Suey. Thank you.
I don't know why. I've seen so many old men covering that on like guitar on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like Chop Suey objectively, like, and it's probably been a long time since you've like objectively like listened to it. And I heard it on the radio sometimes and be like, But I remember it was Andy, a friend of Mark and I's, who was kind of more into mainstream stuff than probably Mark and I were at the time, which is cool. And he would sometimes point out when things were interesting in the mainstream that like we should take note of. And I remember him being like, listen to this song. He goes, it reminds me of like that band you showed me called Dillinger Escape Plan. I was like, what? How why would this be on the radio? And I remember there are these like moments with like screams and like really fast, almost blast beat breakdowns in Chop Suey. And I was like, this is on the radio? And I remember that kind of like impressed me and gave me a moment's pause where like I think I was willing to give System of a Down like a second chance at that point, because I could hear Dillinger moments in it,
like Faith No More King for a Day kind of shit too.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, okay, I was kind of starting to see like I just
really
thought
melodic vocals coming out of nowhere.
I just thought this band was like everybody else. You know, same with Deftones, and then like all of a sudden you realize, okay, they're on different paths a little bit, and I think you could probably maybe throw Acid Bath into that, even though they're not new metal, is that they were just doing what they were doing, and they just got pigeonholed as like a sludge band, doom band, or whatever. Whether they were or weren't, it's debatable. I mean,
it's like who they're playing with too, like because not everybody like go to something local like Repulsion. There was no other really grind. Everything else was a punk band in Flint.
Yeah,
and they were like this horror grind hybrid thing.
Well, think of Vitus. Vitus had to play with punk bands early on because that's just who they could play. They couldn't play with Rat.
Yeah, like
they're LA.
There's not a whole lot of scenes that grow up organically where everybody sounds the same.
Sure, yeah.
Like that's the thing we do in retrospect.
I know when we compartmentalize things as historians and stuff.
Well, as human beings, we want to put things into order and make it make sense so we can.
That's how our brains work.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how
we see patterns.
As a teacher, that's how I have to teach material. I have kids like make lists, and I have people do charts, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like as a historian, there's a lot of fucking information. You got to like help kids like break it down. So
because you can't just like say, okay, here's World War II and just dump it on their head. You've got to okay, we're coming from it from this perspective.
Exactly. Create a narrative that they can entry point and like, here are the causes, here are the
where,
effects.
Where you grew up, what country you're in, it's going to have a different slant.
For
and,
sure. Yeah. And I was
like Germany's going to talk about much differently than the U.S. does, since we're, the heroes really of the whole thing, even though we waited a considerable amount of time to get in there. But like, we came in and saved the day after everybody else lost their
Especially
ass.
World War One.
Yeah.
World War One, man. We show up right after all the trench shit is done and just kind of like, oh, this sucks. Let's end this shit.
I think if you want to go back to one of the early patrons shows, I ask you about, can you succinctly tell me why the U.S. got into World War One? I think that's an early on patron.
Yeah, I think I probably did. Yeah.
Because it's a fucked up
the Zimmerman telegram and the fucking U-boats. And it's because even it's messy.
As Wikipedia can really kind of condense stuff down to usually generally truths, I think it's still like, Jesus Christ, what you can't. It's not just like Pearl Harbor, boom.
Yeah,
there's like way more.
The narrative of World War One is so fucked up, and like when kids learn about it, like I teach it to them, and they've already talked about World War One as like freshmen in American history, but none of them actually understand it.
Yeah.
And then they get to me, I'm like, what do you remember about World War One? And kids are like, we remember World War Two.
Trenches.
And exactly. And so then when I like explain it, at the end of it, I say, now do you understand why this war is so fucking chaotic? And they're like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I said, it didn't make any sense for the countries fighting, which is why at the end of that war, everybody's so fucking bitter and unhappy and angry because you want to blame it on a lot of people, but you just blame Germany. And
it's like a postmodern war, really. Think about it. Like,
well, it's in a lot of ways that war starts as like the old world and it ends as like the new world. So it is like the literal transition between like the old aristocratic empire kind of mentality, and at the end, it's like democracies are left standing and like vacuums that will fill into like 20th century dictatorships.
Yeah.
So it's like really like the old European world like dies in that war. I mean, think about it, like the mentality, not to go on a World War One rant, but like the mentality of like people as they marched off to war was like, fucking war, it's heroic. This is great, glorious. That's how it was told in poetry and all this sort of nationalism. Like, I'm the best. This war will be over quick. We got better weapons. It'll end everything. And
we're on the side of the moral majority.
And it just fucking destroyed people. And it like you look at like the art that it opened up, whether it be surrealism came out of that, the Dadists in Germany, the surrealism art movement, all the like expressionist art movement where they're trying to express the horrors. Like, German expression, like think of what it did like to film, to literature, to poetry, to painting, like all the stuff that I'm kind of interested in a lot of way comes out of the horrors of World War One in a cool way. Like it sucks that people had to go through that, but you don't get like the abstraction of art as much until people like face this like reality that is so incomprehensible, being in the trenches and the terrifying new weapons that are being used on them and the like rotting corpses and like rats eating, and you're just like, what the fuck is this? This is it was this warfare. Is not the poetry that like I was raised in military academies and propaganda
hearing
with.
Ballads sung
like,
about.
This is like melting my
it's
brain.
Going from where war was actually like you'd have two sides that would march in tandem. Like a duel.
You have a fucking drummer and a flag bearer.
You look back at it, it was like, why the fuck didn't people like do guerrilla warfare sooner? But there's like this gentleman's agreement that we'll 1, 2, 3 shoot, and then that front line falls down and the other guys come up and they're packing their.
And I mean, there was guerrilla warfare, that's maybe an we had it in the American Revolution.
But in general, like wars were,
it was very
big wars were fought traditionally.
It was fought by empires, empire v empire. And it was like like you said, it was like a gentleman's agreement, as long as you were of the same race.
Yes. If you weren't a savage.
Yeah. Cause if you were going after like natives, you just killed them however you could. There was no traditional.
There was two. What was the other term people would?
Well, they call them
like
noble savages.
People.
Yeah. Well, this is also like floating around as justification. They call it the white man's burden. Yes. It's like social Darwinism. This idea that we're civilizing the savage peoples of Africa and Asia.
Oh, we still try to do that. That's basically our. Yeah. When it suits our narrative, that's.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we're
absolutely. We're here to help. We're gonna bomb you into democracy.
Yes. Hey. Unless you're China, then we'll just pretend we don't see what you're doing, or Saudi Arabia, or.
The difficulty with China and Saudi Arabia, because kids always ask, like, why don't we go to war with these countries? I'm like, well, yeah, we recognize that they're bad, but like the amount of real estate they own here, the amount of investment in the American stock market, and just the way that the global marketplace is connected with, like, say, oil in Saudi Arabia or fucking everything in China.
If we, like, dollar stores wouldn't exist if we went to war with China.
Yeah, and a lot of
like
computer parts, iPhones, like a lot of shit that we've sort of.
Well, the stupid thing is we've outsourced. Globalism has its nice parts,
sure,
but
cultural
stuff is
really
interesting.
cool.
But as far as we start giving away all of our self-sufficiency, like we don't make anything here anymore except cars, kind of.
Yeah, we push money around a lot.
Well, but we became, in the last like 100 years, we had the ideas, we were the place to look up to for, wow, how great it could be. But if we had nothing imported, we'd be in a world of hurt real quick. For sure. Because we don't know how to do stuff anymore.
Yeah. It's pretty fascinating. So, but yeah, so I think World War I is really interesting, even though it's the less sexy war compared to like World War II, because World War II has
it's harder to understand.
Well, World War II has like a really interesting narrative of good versus evil.
It's black and white.
It's got good guys and bad guys that are very like.
It's got high stakes.
I mean, Hitler is like Cobra Commander. You know, like I'm not making light of Hitler's crimes, but like he is this larger than life villain. These cult of personalities that you know, Stalin and Mussolini and Hitler and I mean even to some extent like FDR is like the closest we get to that kind of. I mean, he's the only guy that served 4 terms. I mean, he's not necessarily a dictator. In fact, he turned that down. It was like kind of offered to him when he was first elected, and he was like, "Ooh, no."
Yeah,
and that's what the only thing you have to fear is fear yourself. Speech is about. I never understood the context of that until like 3 or 4 years ago. There was this like call in the early 1930s after the Great Depression where like people had given up on democracy and felt that the only way to move into the future was to sort of align with either fascism or communism as like these like big powerful things to save us from the chaos of the world economy,
which they work for a little bit and then they make everything shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want security or you want organization, dictatorship definitely
absolute freedom or absolute security. Yeah,
exactly.
like what? Yeah,
exactly. But like, there were calls within the election after he was elected in 1930, to basically strip democracy and kind of like an emergency situation because of the Great Depression, essentially. And that's when he gives that speech. He says, look, don't give in to fear. Like, I know that the fear is making you want to turn to like authoritarianism, but like the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. And that, I always thought he was talking about the economy, or like more like that was how that was always framed. It was probably taught that way by my teachers, and it wasn't until I actually understood the context of that speech I was like, damn, that's heavy. Like, we were razor thin. And I know that I had teachers in college in some of my college classes that talked about how close we were to like outright kind of moving towards like full scale like European socialism because of the Great Depression. And FDR definitely flirted with some European socialist things to sort of save the economy, but he kind of preserved some of the sort of Americanisms that make us unique too. But
I think that once we start getting rid of those, that's where we're not us anymore.
Yeah. And that's debatable whether that's good or bad. That's a whole bigger kind of question that we're still looking at today when it comes to like universal healthcare and some of those kind of conversations. But yeah, it's really interesting. Like, so you had FDR and Churchill, who were also these larger than life, like people, even though they come out of democracies, but they still like,
but they were like strong figures in a really, tumultuous time that you could actually, cause like if we had World War III with Trump or Biden, I don't have faith in either one of them to like really be like, they didn't have that kind of cult of personality like those guys did. Yeah. They're more about themselves, not about the greater good of.
Well, I think Trump has a cult of personality, but not that type of cult of personality. He has a different type of cult.
Yeah, but he's not. It's not the kind where it's like
he's not trying to save us from like fighting the forces of evil. He's like trying to like.
But Churchill and FDR, they're more like father figures, where like we know that they've got our best interests. They'll take care of us.
Sure.
But now it's more be scared. Everybody's everything is about fear in the media.
Sure.
And in the general, like we don't have that same kind of. I don't think people could actually intellectually understand the speech that you're explaining now.
Yeah,
it doesn't really seem to make sense to it. Like,
it seems like things like the fireside chats that he would give are kind of quaint, now. Like like some people like think they're like put on or cheesy, but like people really did kind of rely on them to like unify.
Well, we didn't
people,
have
you
constant. You'd hear about stuff weeks after it happened.
Yeah.
Like the bombardment of.
I mean, you read newspapers.
There
but,
is
like,
no
yeah.
news that's so. Usually, I'd say 95% of the time, no news that's breaking news on CNN or Fox or any of these networks is truly anything breaking.
Yeah.
It's hey, this happened. Here's what our talking head's going to talk about it for 20 seconds, and
Hey,
then
Britney Spears shaved her head. Holy shit!
oh my god, let's not watch. Let's not see where we're bombing this year. Yeah,
exactly. So, speaking of dead girl, Britney
Yeah,
Spears.
there you go.
No, I was
Wow.
kidding. No, she's still alive. I'm not reporting.
she's kicking. She has mental health problems, and she's
She,
getting self.
I think she just finally
She's like bipolar or
emancipated herself from her dad. I think that was like part of the problem was her dad.
Oh, then.
Her dad was her manager, controlling her finances still today. He had like created some legalese because of some of her mental issues like a decade or two ago.
Oh, Jesus.
So she like was trapped financially by her like insane father, something crazy like that. So yeah, there you go.
I'm glad I'm not a showbiz
Liberace,
kid, man.
Britney Spears. It's what you pay for.
Macaulay Culkin's parents are assholes too.
Yeah, I think he had to emancipate himself
Yeah.
from all that. So let's get into it. We've got Sammy talking about cover art, and then we have a quote from a famous, kind of famous underground metal musician from England, Kat Gillham, who's going to talk a little bit about her experience with acid bath, and then we'll get into Graveflower, Locust spawning, Old Skin, and then we'll come out with the aforementioned Dead Girl. So I guess as we're kind of wrapping up with the last few questions here, one thing we didn't touch upon, but you mentioned it when we were talking about the back patches. I guess people are always interested in the controversial nature of the Gacy cover and the Kevorkian cover. And I've read, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that those were decisions that kind of Rotten made. Like, I don't know. Did you guys not have as much say over the creative direction, or did Rotten just kind of present this idea?
Let me clear this up.
All right, there we go. Yep.
Good.
All right, here we go. This is the moment.
So nobody, the five of us, couldn't agree on an album cover. So people, we would bring in ideas, and we just couldn't agree on a collective idea together.
Mhm.
So, Ron Peterson of Rotten Records knew a guy named Ken Karnick, and he lives in Tampa, Florida, and he is a very, very big serial killer collector. Like, this dude was in touch with all the serial killers. He had all the serial killer artwork before they were executed. Like, this dude has been into this kind of stuff for a very long time. So Ron Peterson said, well, we got to get this damn album out. And you guys can't agree on a fucking album cover. Why don't you guys use this? And he presented the Pogo thing. And we're like, it's a fucking clown, dude. What the fuck? And he goes, the thing about this clown is this clown killed a bunch of children. And then we were like,
Oh.
that might be a pretty good idea. And that's where it kind of all started from,
Mm-hmm.
was just, it wasn't so much the artwork, it was what the artwork represented.
Sure. Is he the guy that then got you the Richard Ramirez stuff for the EP too? The edits EP? Okay.
Yes. And that's where this whole thing was just, it kind of all fit into place at that point, to where it's like, this kind of fits to what we're doing,
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a Cannibal Corpse record where you have a baby being dissected, it's, you have a person that killed these children, his actual artwork, this person that actually killed all these people created this, with the whole thing with like the Kenneth Bianchi remixes and all that,
Well, I mean, it gets back to what we were talking about before. There's a difference between this kind of fantasy horror and this real horror. I mean, like real life
the
horror,
uncomfortable truths.
You got it. Yeah. And then it's there, like you can think it's a clown picture until you understand the context, and then you kind of pause and go, "Oh,
yeah, exactly."
It's uncomfortable. Yeah,
but absolutely. I think it raised all kind. I forgot where it was, maybe in the UK or something, or possibly in the United States somewhere, where some group of people were buying all the CDs and burning them.
Oh,
At least they're buying them.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
you get
exactly.
the royalties, right?
Maybe it was like somebody was some anti-Gacy people or something. It was some craziness for a second that happened. But yeah, somebody was buying Kite String Pops CDs and burned a big pile of them and stuff because of the Gacy artwork. So, I mean, as long as you bought it, that's all I really care about.
Yeah, like Bob Dole talking about Cannibal Corpse. Everybody going out and like, oh, this is filthy and degrading.
There you go.
Definitely
Yep.
checking this out.
Right, exactly.
Parental advisory stickers sold a lot of records for people.
Yes,
so.
they did. I have definitely purchased my share of parental advisory albums in my day.
Yeah, it was like a badge. Like, oh, that's going to be a cool one.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what they wanted to do.
Yeah, this has got to be. This has got to be sick. I'm buying this shit right now.
Hi, my name is Kat Sheeval Gillham, and I am the vocalist in Thronehammer and Winds of Genocide. I'm also the drummer vocalist in Uncoffined, the drummer in Lucifer's Chalice, and I also do drums and vocals in 2 other Doom bands, Nine Altars and Enshroudment. The first time I heard Dax Riggs's vocals and Acid Bath was when a friend did me a copy of the debut album, and then I later got an original copy of the second album, Paegan Terrorism Tactics, from another friend, and I immediately loved both albums, on first listen, and I immediately loved Dax Riggs's vocals. He has such a unique vocal style. He has such a versatile vocal range. He can go from soulful, bluesy, clean song singing, all the way to, aggressive screams and other harsh vocals. And that really resonated with me. Just the versatility in his voice. It was definitely unique for the time. Acid Bath were very underrated for a long time, in my opinion. It's really cool to see them getting more recognition in recent years due to the internet and re-releases of their classic albums. So it's great to see them getting more deserved attention, because for a long time, especially back in the 90s, I thought they were very underrated. And I think Dax Riggs was underrated as a vocalist in general. I also love his solo albums and the Dead Boy and the Elephant Men recordings as well. Everything that he's done is top quality stuff. He's a great musician and vocalist, and if you have never heard Acid Bath, then I highly recommend you check out both their albums. And it is quality heavy music, and in my opinion, Paegan Terrorism Tactics would probably be in my top 10 albums of all time. The top 15 at least, but it's definitely high up on my list of favourite albums. Such a great, versatile, diverse album. So yeah, that's my contribution to this podcast.
Temple to blackness. beside me. I burrow through the dust in your skull, but I cannot seem to find your soul. Bloodless and numb, we all been the sound. Hungry, will this pale thing follow me into the sea? On the cool side of her face, the reptiles away. Locusts swarm from open mouths that seek thy kingdom. Wild like this house. Nothing is true, and I'm tired of your side today. You're screaming because there's nothing left for you to say. Bloodless and numb, we all been the sound. Hungry, will this pale thing follow me into the sea? Stoned I awoke in your temple to blindness above you, and death beside me. Kitchen knives conspire, razor blades make bloodless love. Like a murder, like a murder, like a murder, like a murder.
We smoke the toenails and hair of the wise man. Under a black god's thumb, we dance like painted puppets. She bleeds orgasm in technicolor, an ocean of alien mystery. We eat the wise man's eyes for sight, that we might see the darkness if we kill the lights fast enough. We eat the brain and pray that our eyes can open wide enough. We burn the dry shell, a funeral chant. The pulse quickens and we dance as the blossoms fall. The scattering of dust to the winds, the celebration of old skin. I feel every flower that is screaming to consume you. The earth and sky your cradle, the earth and sky entomb you. So is the way of forever, teeming with simple cruelties. Beatings in cold rooms, hands and head not found.
She smiles like a ghost. of the blood in your hair.
That was Dead Girl, Old Skin, Locust Spawning, and we kicked things off with Graveflower. Thanks, Kat, for the kind words there. And we've got more Sammy on the way, too. Sammy was kind of talking about the album covers that we were making reference to in the last talk set as well. But as we sort of end with Acid Bath here and start to make the transition to kind of the post-Acid Bath kind of era, I want to start with the opening of Sue Knowles' kind of Acid Bath article from that Maniacs from 1997, because it obviously opens with In Memory of Audie Petrie, 1970 to 1997. And so it's kind of come to the point where we have to talk about the accident and the end of Acid Bath and things. But I think that the opening of this is really, really poetic. She says, "Picture yourself lying in bed, the room darkened, a single candle glowing, rain beating rhythmically upon your window. With eyes closed, you slip into the gap between conscious, unconscious, and subconscious. And there you remain in timeless, formless space. You feel the mortality of every cell of your being, the face of death looming large before you, and you are afraid, not as much as your inevitable dying as of the cruelty of never knowing when. Pushing to the brink, past your own fear, you can almost touch and taste and know the answer, the key to life, the way of death, the secret for which man has never stopped searching. And in the same instant it was there, as suddenly as it is gone, and only the mystery remains deeper than before. Exploring the catacombs of our own collective experience, searching for truths, questioning faith, justifying our reasons for being, believing in our versions of God, we have as humans always thought and wondered about death. For many it means a rebirth to new life, for some a fate to be feared, for others an attempt at destiny, and for a few a will to be tempted. But to Acid Bath, death is a consuming obsession that saturates everything the band has ever done. There is no other lyric. There is no other song. Death is all there is. Many have even died by the same hands who created each of the 3 Acid Bath album covers, Gacy, Ramirez, Kevorkian. So fitting, because it is death that gives this band life, and sadly, ironically, and quite suddenly, it is death that has come to one band member, taking a piece of his souls of the rest with him. Audie was deeply loved. His life was ended by a drunk driver, and just like watching The Crow and knowing that Brandon Lee is gone, the songs are now that much more haunting. Life will go on for Acid Bath, though recovery has taken some time." So when you get to like the Audie stuff, I have some, I don't know if you kind of took notes, but I have some things that kind of started to happen with them. But the accident was January 23rd, 1997.
Wasn't his parents in the car
too?
too?
Audie and his parents are killed by a drunk driver.
It was like younger brother or something survived?
I think so, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and
tragedy.
Basically at this point, the band has to decide. I know Sue writes kind of from the perspective that they didn't really know then, that they're going to try to sort of push on for maybe a potential third record. But as we know, history said otherwise, that,
Yeah.
that basically this was going to be it. They go on in the article later and say the best thing we can do is to remember Audie, aside from fighting harder to keep drunk drivers off the road, it's to give Acid Bath our support. The band will hopefully be out on the road this fall, blah, blah, blah. So they still have this kind of false notion that they were going to maybe kind of push through a little bit more, but they did decide to break up. Now, I've read some things, and I'll share some kind of thoughts from Riggs. Riggs claims it would have happened regardless, since he was writing a lot of slow acoustic tunes that he said a lot of his bandmates weren't really exactly psyched about. He said, quote, there were some problems on the second record. He said the Iggy Pop-ish vibes I was sending out weren't fully taken in by the band. Again, I know Sammy alludes to some of that too, whether or not that was the case, but it seems like Sammy was more open to that stuff than others were, maybe. If Dax was trying to bring in
diversity of everything. He liked the fact that everybody had different.
So I don't know where the conflict is, and I don't want to be like the National Enquirer and make allusions that we somehow know the secret answers. We don't.
Sometimes but most of the time there is no secret answer.
Yeah, there's just something, but they did ask him about Audie's death as whether or not it was an excuse to break up. And here's what Dax said. He says, there were definite vibes in the band that we were through. There were too many people around that didn't play in the band that were relying on us for their livelihood. I don't know if I could have stepped out. Maybe I could have broken away slowly. Audie was the one in the band who tied it all together. He was the one who dug heavy and melodic, hippie-type music. I felt creatively that it wasn't happening anymore and that we weren't hanging out together, but each had their own camp in the band. It just wasn't just an excuse. It was just a reason. We did play some shows without him, though, and it just felt like a sham. And he says, creatively, Acid Bath was coming to an end. I didn't want to play those songs. I didn't want to play those songs with someone else. And
that makes a lot of sense for, especially if he's already going in more of a, singer-songwriter direction.
Yeah.
That is a good justification to well, I don't want to, if my friend's not going to be here, this important part of this band is gone. Why pretend to go on without him? I've already got this thing.
Yeah.
Why, we had something good while it was here. Let's just end it.
And I get the feeling maybe that it's like when you're in a relationship and you should break up subconsciously, but you're just waiting for that signal almost. And again, I don't know if it seems that from what I've heard from people, Audie was kind of like a glue for the band. And that's why ultimately they said, to honor him, we really shouldn't try and push forward with just a new bass player or something. Yeah. But again, maybe what Dax is saying, people were kind of in their various musical camps. I mean, obviously the stuff that
or from his perspective, because there's nothing more, I guess, less eyewitness accounts are notoriously not.
Sure.
They're not quantifiable.
You're inside of it too much. You're too close to it.
It's shaped more by you and your hangups and your life lessons and whatever than actual. Here's Jason dropped the beer bottle on the floor. No, I saw him. There's always something more than from your perspective. So it's a weird thing to think about.
Yeah, and it's interesting. And Sammy talks about some of that a little bit, but he didn't go into a lot of detail, which was fine. We like I said, we're not doing this as an expose to necessarily expose all the hidden truths or whatever, but it is such a kind of a weird moment for them too. There's I've read some things that Jimmy was quite affected by it to the point where he kind of went on a more kind of religious path a little bit and kind of distanced himself from music, and that's why Jimmy hasn't been in bands kind of since. Obviously, Sammy goes in a kind of a heavier, harder direction with Goatwhore, where he can kind of really lean in on some of that. Crowbar is more in the path of, what Acid Bath was kind of doing.
It's in the wake of that.
Yeah, sludgy New Orleans kind of stuff. But, but Dax obviously and Mike are going to go on, and we'll hear from them in the next set here. It's a former band called Agents of Oblivion. They'll put out a demo in 99. And then they'll record one record, and then they'll even split off from there, and we'll get into all that in part 3, where we talk about all the post Agents of Oblivion stuff that's kind of going on. So, again, maybe it was the excuse. Maybe in Dax's mind, even though he hadn't maybe had those talks with the other bandmates, maybe in his mind he already had one foot out the door. I don't know.
Could be.
You know, whereas Sammy, it seems like he wanted maybe the band to kind of keep going on, but Dax maybe wasn't interested in doing that.
Yeah, I think at least the two, it seems like, well, you know, not knowing either of these people personally, but like seeing a lot of Sammy seems like he's much more. He's like I don't think he has maybe some of the mental health issues that Dax
may have had,
like just general stuff. Like he seems like a guy that hasn't been stricken with any kind of depression, and that could be completely false. But that's like the idea of those two characters seems like it's like, yeah, come on, we can just do this. It's totally cool. But the other guy has this, you know, morose thing hanging around his neck all the time that kind of changes the perspective of, you know, of what's going on. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think you're onto something there. Like maybe it was just it was like, I don't want to say Sammy sees it as more of like not a business, because that makes it sound really impersonal, but he was kind of more like, let's keep flying the flag, blah blah. You know, like this. we can move on from this. And you know, I know from personal experience, I'm sure you do as well, like different people react in the aftermath of like a close personal friend's death. You know, some people go introverted. I know, like when a really good friend of mine who I kind of saw as a younger brother, who was a camp counselor with me, when he passed away, everybody looked to me as like the head of the camp counselor program to sort of kind of become like the dad in that moment.
Yeah.
And so I didn't get really a chance to process it. I had to kind of be strong for everybody else. And it wasn't until like weeks and weeks after, and I've talked about that with like why I put the History Heavy Metal Countdown together, was like to kind of help me process through some of that, you know.
Yeah, grieving's a very unique thing, person to person.
For sure. And so again, we won't want to cast a, you know, illusion or aspersion on any of the like what the different people, the surviving members of the band kind of decided to do. But you know, all of them stayed for the most part outside of Jimmy in the music industry and kept, you know, creatively making stuff. And so that's good. We've got that, you know, that's kind of something happy. I did read, and again, I didn't really get a chance to ask Sammy this in the interview, but there were some claims that I've read where Sammy claims that they were working on a third record called Killer Rat Poison, but no actual recordings were done. Sammy
mentioned something about, I don't know if it's an art interview or something I watched.
Okay.
But that the third record would have basically kind of sounded more like Agents of Oblivion than...
Got it.
You know, they were that was kind of like the trajectory that was happening at the time.
Okay. Yeah. I guess there's some practice recordings on tape. That's about it. Okay. Floating around. Yeah.
I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
Seeing the trajectory.
Yeah. They were going more streamlined, less heavy, more melodic. You know, Dax was tapping into his vocal power. Like, why wouldn't you do that? You know what I mean? Like, if you have Jeff Buckley in your band, like, fucking use Jeff Buckley.
Yeah, you're not going to have him singing death metal.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kind of a waste of time at a certain point. I mean, you know, as much as I'd love for Jonas to go back and do like the stuff on, you know, Dance of December Souls, it's like keep doing Last Fair Deal Gone. Yeah, that's what you should be doing. You know. Yeah. Same with Vincent. Like, I like the shit on Silent Enigma, but fuck, man, Judgment. Like, you know what you're doing as a vocalist.
There's a few vocalists that like you know, Nick Holmes from Paradise Lost has an interesting thing where his vocal range, as you get older, your vocal range changes to some degree. So he's kind of like doubled down on that a little bit to be able to growl again, but also, you know, sing more baritone at times too.
Yeah.
But yeah, most people aren't able to tap into all those different facets at any given time. Yeah. It seems like a maturity thing, or like your body can only do it for so long before you move on.
Yeah. I can imagine, you know, even the times I've just done that, like when we were fucking around, like it's you kind of,
it's hard to do it right.
I don't have the technique down, so like
you're doing all full throat.
Probably more. I would do like more of the carcass, like kind of rasp the, you know, like because it didn't hurt my throat as much to kind of.
You got to use the diaphragm.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'll tell you this: I never, even in choir, I couldn't sing with my diaphragm. So I would get lightheaded singing in choir concerts and stuff like that because I could not figure out how to like properly do like the circular kind of diaphragm breathing.
I couldn't figure it out until I was I was asked to do vocals for a band, and I did some practice stuff. Yeah, and I was getting lightheaded too, and then I finally figured out how to.
Did you? Okay.
How to get it, but it's just difficult. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not something that everybody can do.
For sure. Yeah. And so at this point, you know, Sammy's going to kind of go on and devote himself full time to Goatwhore, which he had already kind of been starting near the recording of Paegan Terrorism Tactics. He'll join up with Crowbar. We'll talk a little bit more about that later in the episode. There have been rumors, I guess, that were floating around of the reforming without Riggs on vocals. Apparently, it was maybe talk that Corey Taylor might do vocals, but Sammy put a kibosh on those rumors, and he said, he goes, "There's no Acid Bath without Audie Petrie, so there will never be a new Acid Bath material." That's a quote he said. Now, would he play Acid Bath concerts? It sounds like in our interview he would. It's just maybe there's not going to be a new record, is I think what he said.
Well, yeah, he said something local. If friends of his want to do like a tribute,
that would be different. Yeah. But he said if like the other band members wanted to like do like some festival dates or something like that, I think he said I think
it would go over amazing.
Yeah, especially now that you have like 20 plus years of context added on. Like people like you and I would be more excited for it than we would have been in the late 90s when we didn't know who this band was.
I was there when at that Grave show.
It sort of missed us. Yeah, exactly. It kind of missed both of us. It was. I was
more interested. Yeah, more like, oh, cool, Gutted's playing.
Yeah. Hey, I ended up picking up that first Gutted. It's
Bleed
good.
For Us to Live, man.
Yeah,
that
really
was one of the best.
Kind of expensive
death metal albums. Well, that sounded like more European out of the Midwest.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good Midwestern kind of thing.
I've not listened to it for years.
I just picked it up recently. It did cost a pretty penny. Well, maybe we'll bust it out later when we're getting dinner and stuff. But so now we get to kind of this next set. We're going to hear the beginnings of sort of post rumblings a little bit. Sammy will talk once again about Audie a little bit, about Jimmy, and about sort of the breakup and some of the stuff that sort of goes on. So he'll give you his kind of version of it. But basically, Agents of Oblivion was this kind of happens after, Dax had been dabbling with this project, even going back to 1995, so even before Paegan Terrorism Tactics, called Daisy Head and the Moon Crickets. All right. And they had a couple of poorly recorded recordings. One was called Skeletal Circus Details in 95, and then they did a 14-song self-titled live recording, which I believe is called Riding the Wormhole. And we'll actually be hearing both Riding the Wormholes, a demo, and the Skeletal Circus Derails coming up here. And basically, out of the ashes of this Daisy Head band comes Agents of Oblivion. And it's, when you hear these kind of two demos coming up from them, it's definitely got like a doom rock kind of feel that's still present. But Dax really seems to be kind of pushing his vocals into kind of new territory here. And basically, they record this demo in 1999, and that's where they redo parts of some of these Daisy Head songs that had been kind of floating around. And in addition, they kind of write some new material. And the songwriting here, I said, from the research I did, it's really steeped in a lot of traditional rock songcraft and obvious melodies. There's a ton, and Sammy talked about how much Dax was into this, British glam rock textures, a lot of Bowie, Ziggy, T-Rex. They even cover on this Agents of Oblivion record that we'll talk more about in the next part of the episode chronologically, or the next episode, excuse me. They'll even cover T-Rex's Cosmic Dancer, which is kind of definitely a tip of the hat. But there's even like Sweet in there. There's some Alice in Chains kind of sound that's inside.
Lots of alternative rock kind of vibe.
It's definitely like a product of its time, but not like the bad alternative rock that was happening in the late 90s, like the Creeds and Nickel, like that kind of bullshit sort of movement. Grunge had kind of been dead at this point, but like...
Well, grunge was like also a bunch of bands that didn't really sound that much like each other thrown into a category. But those other bands like definitely mined what was popular out of all that stuff and like catered it. Yeah. To completely like the lowest common denominator of like radio play and...
Absolutely.
That fucking Creed song was played everywhere. And it's got like a decent guitar hook in it.
Yeah.
But it's so fucking lame. Oh my God.
I mean, and Scott Stapp is he's like extra warbling and
I used to who the fuck was it? I don't remember. Somebody I was dating, I would do that voice too much and I would get yelled at and hit.
Was it Susie? I can see it being Susie.
I don't remember.
I can see both of us doing it around Susie.
It was so easy to like key into, especially doing like karaoke doing it. Man, that's real easy to ham it up.
One time my students, we were at a Relay for Life overnight 24-hour like function, and then saw myself and a friend of Mark and I's named Lindsay. We were watching the kids, babysitting them all night and whatever. And they had it set up where there was karaoke like at 2 a.m. and stuff like that. And of course, one of my students, who knew me well, signed me up to do Nickelback karaoke, knowing how much I hated Nickelback. And so I just went up there and I didn't sing any of the lyrics. All I did was go, yeah, yeah. But I did it in like the changing patterns of the song to the point where like the crowd was like into it. Like I was mocking. I was just mocking. I was yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just kind of doing it was the song "How You Remind Me," I think, or whatever. But yeah, I guess when I think of Creed, I only think of like David Cross talking about the celebrity poker story.
Yeah,
and that makes me laugh. Oh, he knew. He knew, yeah. So if you know that bit, you know how brilliant that is. But the name Agents of Oblivion, it actually came from a line in a song we didn't play from Paegan Terrorism Tactics called "The Beautiful Downgrade." And there's a line in the song that says, "The agents of Oblivion descend upon the sane, caked with mud and mother's blood." Again, classic Dax imagery there, but that's where I guess it came from. So I don't think it has any hidden meaning outside of whatever was in Dax's brain when he was kind of freestyling that.
Yeah.
You got Dax on vocals, and he's even playing a little bit of guitar. Mike Sanchez from Acid Bath on guitar. And I think the band members changed a little bit, so if I'm wrong on any of this, I apologize. Danny Barnett on guitar as well. Alex Bergeron on bass, and Jeff McCarty on drums, and then Chuck Petrie on keys. And now, was that the same Petrie that did some of the recordings? Didn't we make kind of a connection with that, or is that the Falgoss that we're making the connection?
I think
with?
that's the
Falgoss. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that Chuck is related somehow to Audie, unless Petrie is just a really common name amongst friends, but it's the same last name as Audie. So I thought maybe there was like a brotherly or cousin connection or something like that.
It's too. It can't just be a coincidence.
Yeah, I haven't come across it, so maybe I'm being dumb about that. But my apologies,
cousin or something,
if I get that wrong. But yeah, so let's get into this. We're I don't have a lot to say about these demo versions. I think it's just a kind of an interesting introduction to the band. We'll talk more about Agents of Oblivion songs when we get to part 3 of our little Acid Bath kind of series here. But did you have much or anything to say about these early kind of demo versions? I don't know if you got much of a chance to check them out because they're not on.
Yeah, well, my notes got perverted here, so I've got notes about stuff that I don't have the song title for.
Oh, Mark.
So I'm not really sure.
You could just talk about like almost like stream of consciousness, like Dax lyrics, and we don't even know if it's really about anything or not.
Yeah, man.
It really, 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 really deep. It's like beat poetry, man. William Burroughs style. So
it's like a poem. It rhymes,
Yeah. So we got Riding the Wormholes, the demo version, and then the Skeletal Circus Derails. And coming off of that, we'll hear a Crowbar song, Planets Collide, from Oddfellows Rest. And we'll talk a little bit more about why we're playing that song sort of when we come back. But we'll first hear from Sammy, kind of talking about the end of Acid Bath and Audie and some of that kind of stuff. So I guess, we haven't talked about Audie and Jimmy as much, but what do you think those two guys brought to the table? Audie kind of did the HM2 distorted bass, which added kind of another doomier but yet edgy kind of death metal layer. And then Jimmy sort of had like that Bill Ward kind of jazz swing, AC/DC kind of thing that he could sometimes do with simplicity and really cool cymbal work. I mean, I don't know. I figured if you want to speak about the contributions that those guys kind of made to the glue of the band.
Well, I mean, Jimmy was definitely a very unique drummer. He definitely had kind of his own thing. If you really listen to it, he was using these weird kind of cymbal things. And then especially on Paegan Terrorism Tactic, he started like experimenting with like electric drums in some of the songs. So that was adding even another kind of dimension to the songs, themselves. And, that's, Jimmy has a unique style of playing drums. He always has. So I think, it was just that missing piece that worked. You know what I'm saying? It's just another cog in the machine that works, As far as Audie goes, Audie wrote a lot of that music, like a lot, like more than a lot of people know. So he was like a very very integral songwriter as far as the music goes, you know, like big time. Like he would come up with ideas constantly, and you know, all his ideas were fantastic, you know, to where he would start off with something with an idea, and then me and Mike would just kind of build off of what he started, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, he definitely was. He was the thing that I think separated Audie from a normal bass player was that he was originally a guitarist, but he when he started playing bass, I wouldn't say that he was playing bass like he was playing guitar, but he definitely approached the bass in a different way than a normal bass player would, you know. He was experimenting with a lot of distortions. He was experimenting with a lot of like strange effects as well. If you could hear, it's really subtle, but you could kind of hear it on the bass, like a lot of like kind of reverbs and like choruses and stuff like that. So he was, you know, he was definitely developing his own thing. That's for sure, you know.
Mm-hmm. Now, I guess, you know, I've read some things that after Paegan, when you guys were kind of starting to think about that third record, that there was starting to become kind of maybe a musical separation. Yeah, it seems like there might have been a couple of camps kind of going on. One might be moving more in like a melodic or commercial direction, and then people that were, no, let's kind of stay the course, let's stay in the extreme. And that Audie was kind of the glue that held those two camps together. And that's maybe one of the decisions why after his tragic passing, you guys said, you know what, let's not get a new bassist, like let's go different directions. So I guess maybe it's that point where we probably need to talk about why Acid Bath broke up and kind of how some of that stuff happened after Paegan Terrorism.
Well, I will tell you like this. That's not what happened.
Okay. Again, this is just things I've read, so that's why I wanted to put it out there.
Like I said, there's a lot of speculation that's going on. And I'm not going to tell you why Acid Bath ended because it's our business. But it was not like that. There was no equal agreement to split up. Let's put it that way. And I'm just going to leave it like that.
Okay. Yeah. I think it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
As far, I'm just going to shut up right now before if I say something. I'm
get you in
regret.
trouble. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not a gotcha interview. It's not we're not out there to do that. Yeah. No,
I appreciate that.
No. Like I said, I was trying to put those pieces together, and I just, trying to make some sense of it to some extent. So it sort of seems that Acid Bath with the internet kind of starts to get a little bit of traction in a way that now they're very beloved, they're very revered. What do you think it was that took people so long to maybe catch up to you guys, or what do you think it was that helped grow the legacy into what it's kind of been in the last couple decades?
Well, to me, I think that while we were together, it was more, like I said earlier, it was the peak of like extreme music was happening,
Mm-hmm.
And people weren't really ready for Acid Bath. And now that there's such a resurgence and a big scene within like the doom rock and the fucking stoner rock and that whole thing, the sludge metal that's big now and everything, I think that definitely helps with the popularity nowadays. Because, I mean, back when we were together, there was no sludge scene. There were a few sludge bands, there were a few doom bands, but it was nowhere near to what it is nowadays, And that's what I kind of think that's the reason why Acid Bath has just become so popular over the last couple of years, is because of that. You know, people are starting to go back and look at the old sludge doom bands like that, and they stumble across Acid Bath, and some of them like it and some of them don't.
Are there bands that you hear today where you can kind of say, you know what, I bet those guys were Acid Bath fans? You know, the influence that in like different scenes or bands that have come to you and said, hey, we were inspired by you, you know?
You know, I've had bands come up to me and say that, and then I listen to them, and
you
I'm
don't
like,
want to take credit for it?
no.
I'm just kidding.
It's like, I you guys are good and everything, but I don't hear where you say that we're influenced, you know, by Acid Bath, because it's like, oh man, here's a good one. Is Ethan from Primitive Man.
Okay.
The band Primitive Man, you've heard them, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're massively fucking heavy ass band, you know. And Ethan, he's become one of my good friends now. But I remember the first time that I met him, he was just like, "Man, Acid Bath is like my favorite band ever." And I'm like, "Cool, I'm gonna check out your band." And I hear Primitive Band, I'm like, "Jesus Christ!"
It's pummeling. Yeah,
It's like this is probably one of the heaviest bands on the planet, and it's like cool, like, I guess.
Maybe they're just pulling like a few of those really heavy doom riffs, and that's the part they're kind of taking,
yeah.
you know.
Possibly, but yeah, I guess I just have my own perception of what Acid Bath sounds like to me in my own head.
Sure.
And it's just, people tell me all the time that they're like, "Oh, my band's influenced by Acid Bath, this and that." And I listen to their bands. I was like, your band's good, your band's great, but I don't hear it, which is kind of good, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you guys were pretty unique, you know? I mean, I was even remarking when Mark and I were kind of talking earlier that, and neither of he or I are like really kind of big fans of this band because we were kind of too old when it came out. But in a weird way, I could definitely tell like maybe a band like Slipknot listened to Acid Bath a little bit, just in terms of like the weird kitchen sink ideas that I hear. And again, I don't know Slipknot that well, but it's a vibe I get, maybe.
Well, let me let you in on a little secret about Slipknot.
Okay.
So before Slipknot got signed and they got huge, they opened up for Acid Bath while we were on the Paegan Terrorism Tactics tour in Iowa. And then all of a sudden, we listened to this band called Slipknot that opened up for us. And we're like, some of this stuff kind of reminiscent of us. Which I'm not trying to sound like a jerk or anything, but we definitely, they did not sound like they do now until after they played with us.
Yeah. Okay. So my instincts were good there.
Well, they were like a kind of a chronic grind band, I think, before, like called Anal Blast or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot more death metal-ish than it is now, than what it became. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can definitely.
But anyway, that's the vibe that I got. That's the vibe that when we played with them, that's the vibe that I was getting. I was like, wow, here's another local death metal band we're playing with. And then the next thing you know, I turn around, it's like, that's the band Slipknot. Remember they opened up for us? I was like, yeah. And I heard it. It was like, holy, whoa, wait a second.
Something's changed. I mean, you guys were just ahead of your time. People hadn't caught up to you yet, which is kind of what we were getting at.
Yeah, I think within the next 10 years, a lot of those ideas that you guys brought in were adopted and like commercialized and popularized to a huge degree, which was, even like in a less cohesive way, like the new metal scene was pulling some of those kind of like vibes as far as like different vocal approaches and tempo changes, and it was all
System of a Down.
Yeah.
You probably
I would
listen
see
to
a lot of those
Acid Bath a
bands
little
kind of
bit.
pulled a lot of that.
But like
Maybe.
even like JR from Pig Destroyer is like a huge Acid Bath, and especially a Dax guy,
I know. Yes, I know JR. JR is a very good friend of mine. But yes, every time we hang out, he just kind of like looking at me. I'm like, what's up, man?
Is
like,
he
man,
fanboying a little bit?
I was like, I just love acid bath, man. I'm like, it's all right, JR. It's just me, man. Just hang out, dude.
I was talking to Blake from Pig Destroyer last night because he was going to try and get JR to see if he could do a quote, testimony or something for the episode. But JR had something kind of coming up, and he's like, he's the one you need to talk to. For sure.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Get him to do it. That would be fantastic.
Yep. But
tell him I said that he has to do it.
Okay, I'll pass that on to Blake.
All right.
Maybe we'll get a late ad. We'll tag it on at the end of the episode. That was Planets Collide, the Skeletal, Circus, Derails demo, and then Riding the Wormholes demo from the, I guess, pre-Agents of Oblivion. They weren't. I don't know if they were calling themselves that right then, but they will become Agents of Oblivion very, very soon, as you will hear in part 3. And so, yeah, Crowbar, interesting. This is a band that I guess in my mind, you know, I knew you were kind of down on Crowbar, and I've never been the world's biggest fan of Crowbar, but I'm kind of happy that through Sammy, I kind of was able to sort of pull some of these records out a little bit and kind of reconnect to them and kind of realize like, oh, there's a lot of things I like about these that like I kind of in my mind maybe didn't realize quite that you know was there.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him with I think 92 with Pantera and My Sister's Machine.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And it was just 3 bald fat guys.
Yeah.
That sounded constipated. And I was just like,
which is what they look like in the Beavis and Butthead video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just wasn't what I wanted or cared about. But I definitely have more of a respect for what they've done since. And
I don't know how. I always
some
get
with
the feeling,
Carcass too.
What's that?
I saw him with Carcass and
Oh,
Night Demon. That's fucking weird.
That's a very strange gig. Yeah.
That was down in Columbus.
Okay, so that was on the reunion shit, like kind of post reunion.
This was their
tours.
off the beaten path tour. So that's when they did that. They did it in Pontiac at the whatever the fuck that place is called.
Clutch Cargos?
Crowfoot.
Crowfoot. Okay,
It was like during the week. We didn't see him there.
Okay.
I did, but you had school or something.
Fucking school.
But they kept doing these weird little off, like they did Grand Rapids and they did Columbus and stuff that like places where nobody tours anymore.
Okay.
So, or at least bigger bands don't tour.
I don't think I've seen Crowbar. Maybe they opened for Pantera when I saw them, but I think it was just Deftones, I Hate God, White Zombie, Pantera. I'm pretty sure that was just the lineup, was just those 4 bands. Because that would have been the only time I would have seen them in my mind is like opening for Pantera. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Oddfellows Rest is the first that Sammy is on guitar, and he really shines all over this record. He kind of came in near the end, and he'll talk a little bit about that in our next kind of interview clip with him. But you can definitely kind of hear some of the eccentricities that he's sort of bringing with him that are just kind of natural to his playing in like Acid Bath, where he's not just a sludge guy. You know, he's bringing like other weird kind of elements, you know, and interests into the band and stuff. And I think that was good because I think Oddfellows Rest is kind of considered to be like a high benchmark for Crowbar in a lot of ways. Like that's
like their 4th record.
Yeah, 4th or 5th. I think their debut is like 91, 92. The All I Had I Gave, I think, came from like the EP that was out around like 93, 94.
That was on that full length, I thought.
I think so. And then the live version that was the video came on like a Live Plus something EP.
Okay.
I think. Again,
people did EPs.
I'm no Crowbar historian.
Crowbarian?
Yeah, Crowbarian. But it's funny because I was telling Mark this, that like I picked up Oddfellows because I believe this was a Decibel Hall of Fame on this record, and I didn't even look to pull that out to see like what Sammy had to say about it. In hindsight, probably should have. But you know, Planets Collide, you know, you hear it in there, you know, these sort of like more emotive kind of melodic elements that I don't think I picked up on like the early Crowbar sort of stuff. It's like I called it like lilting sludge, you know, which Acid Bath kind of had that aspect too, where it was this emotional sludge. You know, when I hear like Melvins or I Hate God, I don't think emotional. You know what I mean? Like those bands had aesthetic.
You don't feel emotional with I Hate God?
Not the same kind of emotions I get with like the way like Dax would bring that to like.
It's not introspective.
I think, yeah. I definitely get an emotion from it, but it's like when I use that word emotional, maybe I'm meaning maybe introspective is like a better word.
Like you're actually because I Hate God is just like about filth.
Yeah, it's kind of the.
But I guess
it's like an
I get what you're
exorcism
saying.
of demons and things like that.
Yeah.
And to me, like this is a little bit more nuanced than like I expect it from
Sure.
Crowbar. And what's funny is I had this record, and then like I think this must have been like 4 or 5 years ago at least that I picked up Oddfellows, and I ended up really kind of getting into this era for a brief moment of time, and I ended up picking up Sonic Excess in its purest form, and I was like, man, I really like this record too. And it turns out those were like kind of the 2 that Sammy was like the biggest part of, you know. So like here in my mind, I didn't know that it was the Sammy factor, but because I didn't even know he played on these records, so we started doing research on Acid Bath. I knew he was Goatwhore, obviously, but I never knew about the Crowbar connection.
Yeah, Crowbar had self-titled is
Okay.
the All I Had I Gave.
Okay. And was there like a live plus something EP that came out relatively after that? Because I want to say that's where the video came from. It was from that live performance.
94 Live plus 1 EP.
Yeah. So I think there's a live version of All I Had I Gave on that became like the video.
Yeah,
Ki-
the fifth Oddfellows is the fifth record.
Okay. So yeah, but that's kind of similar to like it was weird how MTV would do that, because when MTV re-released the Mother, it was like from the live Thrall Demon Sweat Live.
Yeah.
And that's the version that kind of blew up on Beavis and Butthead as well. You know, even though like the Mother video had been out like in 88, 89 originally.
Well, back then it seems like the EP was actually more of a, like it was utilized more to keep like, you know, keep your name. You put the record out, then you tour on it for, you know, 8 or 9 months, and then you
Yeah.
put an EP out, and then you continue the
It's
tour.
like a stopover or,
Yes.
or like a way to test out new ideas too.
Yeah, like
You know?
but like back when the single was actually a thing, where you could, you know, you had your A side and your B side, you could take some risks
Sure.
with that, but it doesn't really exist that much anymore. I don't know why.
Well, I think now you can just drop songs when you need to. Like I think of it in like hip hop terms or pop singles. Like they'll just drop a song and it will be like.
But hip hop, in general, hip hop and pop music don't really care about physical media.
That's true. Yeah.
Not anymore.
But I guess like back in the day, yeah, no, yeah, you're right. I'm trying to think of how metal could utilize that.
Because even in the 90s, like, fuck, Entomb had like 4 like, every album had singles.
Well, think of
on
like
it.
some of the great EPs, you know, like the Carcass EPs, then the Crawl EP, and like
Yeah.
Cathedral, fucking
Yeah, like Tools of the Trade
Soul
and-
Sacrifice EP is incredible.
Yeah,
you know?
like they all had, in between albums they'd put out,
yeah,
little like EPs that were fucking around with, you know,
dismember
experimenting.
pieces. You know,
Yep.
like you had. I mean, were those actually considered singles or EPs from Bolt Thrower, like Spearhead and stuff? Was that like more of an actual EP, or was it like a single with like an extra song on it? I never really got Cenotaph. Was that like a EP or a single? Do you know what I mean? Like there's such a fine line sometimes in that regard.
I don't remember as far as the marketing was. I always just consider them EPs, which
Yeah.
probably isn't the difference between singles and EPs, the extended play and,
Yeah.
you know, long play for the other. But yeah, I don't know. That's something that'd be interesting if we could try to. I mean, Carcass did it with that Despicable EP they put out last year because they didn't put the new record out.
Yeah.
And those guys are kind of old, you know, keeping old trends alive.
Yeah, sure.
And that, where that's concerned, but
Yeah.
I don't even know where I'm going now at this point with
No, but
EP
yeah,
love.
what we were talking about, the Crowbar plus 1 EP,
Yeah.
is where it was kind of coming from. But yeah, I just think it's like it's got, you know, this album kind of has like a cool kind of dark alchemy to it. It's a cool outlet for Sammy, and I'm glad that all of these guys, minus Jimmy, kind of found this outlet, sort of following such a tragic kind of end for Acid Bath. And so what we want to get into in this kind of next set is kind of look a little bit at Sammy and kind of what he did in the aftermath. We're going to leave Dax until part 3, minus what you just heard there on the pre-Agents of Oblivion sort of demos and stuff. But, you know, he will mention coming up here in an interview that the next song you'll hear, Behind the Black Horizon, is one of the songs that he definitely wrote for this. He came in kind of near the end of the making of this record, is what he said.
Process.
But he said that this was one that he actually got to kind of contribute to, and he could kind of hear it. It definitely has like those overtones. It's got more of a, I don't know. There's something about Sammy, like he brings like it's, whether it's the Celtic Frost, the sort of Bathory Venomisms. It's like a little bit more with like a little more foot in like the kind of first wave black metal kind of stuff, which you hear a lot in Goatwhore, obviously.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
but it's got
So-
like American attitude.
yeah,
to
for
it.
sure. Yep. And one of the things you were noticing, we were kind of talking about like the sort of vocals of like Crowbar and Phil and even Sammy a little bit, that you sort of pointed out, whether it's like a New Orleans thing or just like a lifestyle sort of habits thing. I thought it was kind of an interesting.
Oh,
kinda-
the cadence.
Yeah.
Of the voice. Yeah. Him and Kirk and Phil all, cause you don't, I mean, that's not really outside of like 5 or 6 bands, that whole scene, like, I mean, it's all like, it's as incestuous as like the Swedish death metal scene.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Rex Brown's popping around to, you know, Down and Crowbar and all these other bands. But yeah, I didn't realize that those 3 guys, at least, I think cigarettes have something to do with it. But that mixed with everybody, it's like that's, you know, slowed down a little bit, but it's kind of sing-songy, like Phil's voice, especially like lately you hear him on interviews like, oh yeah, man, it's going like,
Yeah,
but it's just like his voice is just gone.
yeah, it's
But he
real
can
rough.
still, belt out some pretty good metal vocals. It's fucking
It
hilarious.
is pretty incredible and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I remember hearing the guy from Exorder talk when we saw the Exorder at the Decibel Beer Fest. I can't
He
remember.
seemed
if
more have more like a drawl.
he was more southerny.
That's kind of what I got out of it. But
Okay. Yeah, and it's, who knows? It could be just little pockets.
yeah,
Have you listened to Dax talk? I haven't really heard in interviews with Dax like talking. I've read interviews, but I haven't really heard him talk.
he had a higher register.
Did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
at least the ones I was watching. Some from probably.
Now again, he's not originally from New Orleans either. So
He's from like
that's-
Illinois or something.
Exactly. So
But yeah, it didn't seem very. These are probably like, this is still acid bath era.
yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really detect much of anything from him.
Sure. And then we go from there into Goatwhore. And Goatwhore's, they've been kind of playing music together for a while, as Sammy will kind of talk a little bit about in the next little interview segment. But The Eclipse of Ages into Black in 2000 is their debut record. And
They're on for 21 years.
yeah, that's pretty wild. I mean, actually longer if you kind of think about,
Yeah.
The early origins and stuff. But I mean, how would you describe to somebody that's never really heard Goatwhore before?
Well, they've got their phases too. Like earlier on, they're definitely more. I'd say they owe more to like Dark Throne,
more
and,
black metal.
Yeah, straight up. Like I don't know if they necessarily sound. It reminds me, but doesn't really sound like the dudes from Texas, Absu.
Oh, okay.
It just has that kind of like, because American black metal has a complete, at least of that era, had a totally different vibe than like Norwegian or Swedish
Yeah.
or any place else, Greek or any of that. Kind of had its own thing that was kind of distinctly American, but like guitar tone wise.
Yeah.
And then later on, they kind of, just as Acid Bath, it kind of streamlined into a more, like, I would say they definitely owe more like to Celtic Frost and Sodom, but also like really hooky, like Who Needs God When You've Got Satan, and like just fucking incredible, like guitar hooks and riffs,
Yeah.
and just real. It's hard to even. I mean, just Celtic Frostisms.
Yeah, that's kind of what I get. There's some sludgy
They're
aspects
in that same
in there.
kind of in that same headspace.
Yeah.
Simple riffs that have really catchy bits to them, and like good breakdowns.
It's like swampy black metal or something like that.
Yeah.
At times, because of the Ben from Soylent Green kind of coming in, and then because Soylent Green has obviously aspects of like kind of sludge to it as well.
Yeah.
So it's almost like guys that had been predisposed to like make sludge who wanted to write black metal. So it's like a cool lens that they're sort of channeling some of their energy through a little bit.
Yeah, I think I probably enjoy the later on stuff more than the early. The early stuff didn't seem as unique to me.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of got more into them in the mid to late 2000s, and then like kind of the stuff that they've put out sort of since then.
Yeah, they started playing. I think we get into that a little bit in the interview.
Yeah,
They play around here so many times that I kind of got into them from the live show more than their output.
Sure. But basically what we're going to hear is a song from that first record, As the Reflection Slowly Fades. And then we're going to hear, and I have notes for it, a song from one of their more newer records that I thought like was kind of a good shiny example of what later era sort of Goatwhore. We don't want to turn it into like a Goatwhore series, because they're probably a band that could kind of stand up on their own to look at, down the road.
Oh,
later.
for sure.
But from Constricting Rage of the Merciless, which is 14 years later, we've got a song called Baring Teeth for Revolt. And Sammy gets a really great killer guitar tone here. He's using an ESP, and it's got more like thrashy death to it. So this is where they're kind of starting to evolve, as Mark was kind of alluding to.
Yeah, I think Carving Out the Eyes of God was the first one that I
That was the
got
first
into.
one I really got into as well. Yep.
09.
And you can hear one of the reasons I picked this song I thought would be good is because in the midst of it, you've got all the kind of thrash, death, a little bit of black kind of elements, but there's this sort of like, not to mention a killer solo, there is this sort of healthy dose of sort of sludginess in this. And I thought it was kind of a good little callback to like where Sammy's kind of past has sort of led him to.
Yeah.
So kind of an appropriate way to sort of, go out and into this sort of stuff. So, but yeah, I guess Goatwhore's a band I think kind of like Crowbar. I think maybe I take, and maybe this is a bigger thing that maybe harkens back to like the lens that you and Chris came into a lot of this stuff, is like I tend to take a lot of American bands like for granted.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
And I know you and Chris obviously had an ear towards Europe for a lot of the stuff that you guys were getting into in this and in later eras. Really, I think we're both kind of sometimes guilty of it, and so it is kind of cool when we can like get into like the Colorado scene that's kind of currently sort of like bubbling and be like, oh, that's cool.
Well,
that's
yeah,
like
when-
authentically American,
Yeah, when I mean, since we've had internet for what 25 years now or
Yeah.
something, like they're not like these little cultural pockets aren't far flung ends of the world anymore. It's cool to have to have such a thriving Colorado. It's like, who the fuck would have even that, or some of the stuff like going on in Canada. Canada's got a huge scene. I mean, across the board, no matter what genre, it's kind of nuts.
Yeah, because it's Tomb Mold, it's Toronto, right?
Yeah,
Yep. And I mean, amongst others, but yeah. So I think sometimes I took Goatwhore for granted because they were on a lot of bills. I would see them live and be like, oh, this is cool. But like, same with Crowbar. Like, it's just like, oh, they're just another Louisiana band. Like no big deal. I don't need to spend much time with them. And I think maybe that could speak to where maybe when you guys saw Acid Bath live back in the day, it wasn't like, this is the American band on the bill with a bunch of European bands. Like,
I think mostly we just didn't know who they were and we didn't care because they opened.
Yeah. But like, you didn't have the interest to sort of check them out because they weren't some like obscure European metal band. They were just like another.
Well, because I think we thought at least early on like that was going to be our only chance to ever see these bands. To see Dismember and Vader and stuff like that early on was kind of like, oh shit, this might be it.
Yeah.
Who knows how long this stuff's gonna last? We thought this was just going to be like
be a little
maybe
trend.
last for a couple years and then we'd never definitely be done. But
yeah, who knew?
Luckily, it's dad rock now.
Here we are, 13 years into a podcast, doing this shit. So, but yeah, so I think I'm starting to get a gain of appreciation for these bands, and that's been one of the cool things about doing this. So we're gonna hear from Sammy. He's gonna talk about his relationship and how he got kind of into Goatwhore and got working with Crowbar here. Then we're gonna hear another Crowbar song from Oddfellows Rest, the aforementioned Behind the Black Horizon. Then this pair of Goatwhore tunes, As the Reflection Slowly Fades from their debut, The Eclipse of Ages into Black, and then from Constricting Rage of The Merciless, Baring Teeth for Revolt. Yeah, so I guess as we're kind of wrapping up, after Acid Bath splits, you sort of go on to work with Crowbar and obviously Goatwhore. Were those things were you working with Goatwhore at the same time that you were kind of finishing up with Acid Bath, or was that right after Acid Bath was done, then you kind of went into both those bands?
Goatwhore was in its formations while Acid Bath was still in existence. It was kind of like a side project that I had with a friend of mine, which was the drummer, Zach Nolan, who played on the first couple of Goatwhore records. Okay. So me and him would just jam and write all this crazy shit, and we would just put out small demos while Acid Bath was still an active band, So we were doing stuff, and when Acid Bath broke up, me and him, I was just like, hey, do you want to kind of take this a little bit more seriously? Now, we already kind of have an established thing going on. We know that we write really good together. So why don't we just kind of refine what we've started and kind of just work that in and start Goatwhore? So that's essentially what happened with that, is that we just started working on the Goatwhore and figuring out where we wanted to go with it. Because when we first started, me and him were jamming, it was way more primitive than what it is now. Let's just put it that way.
Oh yeah.
And then, something happened. I had a talk with Kirk, and I don't exactly, it was at a Pantera concert. We were drinking, and then I ended up in Crowbar. Basically, that's basically how that happened.
And I mean, Oddfellows is kind of considered to be like a landmark record for Crowbar in terms of like just adding more layers and melodic qualities and different things like that. Did you have like a hand in that, or were you just a hired gun, or how much did they listen to you?
I came in at the end of the writing for that record.
Got it.
So essentially, they almost had the whole record done when I came in, and I helped write the song "Beyond the Black Horizon." That was like one of the last. That was the last song that they were writing for the record. So I helped write that song because it was like, all right, we got the songs. Basically, let's go in and record them. So that, like I said, when I came in, that album was like 80% finished.
And you're responsible for introducing Kirk to the Metal Zone pedal, right?
Yes.
Bringing that like quintessential Crowbar sound.
Now it's like his staple because he was using, I think it was a Boss DS1, the yellow one. And I came in the studio to record my guitar tracks on Oddfellows. And I brought the Metal Zone in, and I was just like, he was just like, the guy that was producing the record was like, look, just plug into his amp. We got everything mic'd up, got everything sounding good. Just use the pedal you're familiar with and use your guitar and just plug it into that. Essentially, I was playing through the same amp. So it was like, all right, I just tweaked it a little bit. And I started recording my tracks, and Kirk was like, the hell are you using? It sounds awesome. And I was like, dude, the Metal Zone. And then he was like, tried it out and grabbed my guitar and was like, jamming through. It was like, holy fuck. And then ever since then, he just swore by the thing,
That's great.
So even though you were only there for 3 records, you kind of moved the ship in a different direction a little bit. That's pretty awesome.
I have my moments.
Yes. So I guess, when you're writing like Goatwhore, do you think that like the acid bath songwriting style comes in because it's just innate in you, or have you always tried to keep those kind of two things separated?
I don't really think about it, to be honest with you. I just kind of go with, a riff will just come up and I'll just kind of roll with it and try to make it to the best riff that I possibly can. And that's where it starts, is with the riff. And sometimes the riff ends up being good, and sometimes the riff ends up going into garbage.
There you go.
So, it's I don't really say, okay, I'm going to write a riff like Acid Bath, like I used to. I don't really think like that when I'm writing. I just kind of let it come out and see what it develops into.
It's more of a Sammy riff more than, say, an Acid Bath riff or something.
Right.
It's just how you
Exactly. I mean, to be honest with you, even if you said, all right, we're going to sit down and we're going to work on this thing and we're going to start writing some Acid Bath riffs, I don't even know if I could still write like that, to be honest with you. I'd really have to think about that for a while because, it wasn't like, it was more of a collective unit that created that sound rather than an individual. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, because like I would come up with a riff and then Audie would add his little take on it, then Mike would do his thing to it, and next thing you know, it's just it's not completely different with the idea that I started, but it's definitely improved. I don't think I could do it by myself, to be honest with you, to actually write something that sounded like Acid Bath, because the things that we wrote, like, were all kind of very collective,
That makes sense. That's the kind of that magnetic power of bands, that go off into different directions when they break up, and they're never able to sort of put those specific pieces together because you're 5 individual personalities,
Exactly,
So the massacre was not as most people think. So the massacre was not as most
Praising
people
the
think.
military for successfully crushing
Not as most
the
people
Rhine.
think.
I shall rise.
Barn Teeth for Revolt, and As the Reflection Slowly Fades from Goatwhore, and then we kicked off with Behind the Black Horizon from Oddfellows Rest from Crowbar. And Mark, we got one more Crowbar song that we're going to play to sort of honor, the contributions that Sammy did on our way out, and then part 3 for people that are excited and have kind of been along on this journey for 2 parts is going to be all about the sort of Dax era. And I guess Mike Sanchez a little bit because he's there with Agents, and then he kind of gets off the path. And I'm not really sure what Mike's been up to since then, but so it's a pretty interesting journey, and one that if you don't know about Dax's solo stuff, is pretty fascinating because it goes places that you don't expect it to go to. You got hints of it if you heard, listen to the demos that we played earlier, and hints of it on Dead Girl, which ended Paegan Terrorism Tactics, but that's kind of about it. So
this could almost be the closest thing we've gotten to an indie rock episode.
Yeah, since Slint. This would be up there with like Slint and some other stuff we've kind of done. But yeah, it definitely falls into that category of more. It's like mainstream, but not, because like Dax is still not mainstream, even though he could be. He still like isn't. He has these like fleeting moments of like spiked popularity a little that we'll talk about, like Dead Boy and some of that kind of stuff. But
basically every time he does a new project, it's exciting and then it stops.
And then he kind of either loses it. Yeah, there's like this momentum sort of thing that happens that we'll sort of get into. But yeah, so the last Crowbar tune that we'll play before we say our goodbyes and all that stuff is from, I believe it's the last record that Sammy did with them, Sonic XS in its purest form from 2001. And it's a tune called The Lasting Dose. And it starts off, I was asking Mark when we were listening to it, I was like, what does that remind me of? And Mark was like, Megadeth? I'm like, yeah, that's it. So it's like got those like crisp, really tight, almost like Rust in Peace, early, Carcass,
Carcass definitely
kind of stuff going on there.
Hardwick and Swan Song.
Yeah,
a lot of that technique.
Yeah, exactly. Before it kind of goes into the sort of green note typo kind of sludgy kind of stuff going on. But Kirk does some cool like vocal thing that I pointed out to you that I wish he would do more of.
Yeah, where
maybe he does.
He hits like another higher octave.
Yeah,
which I would like more of that.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's too much. His vocals are almost like slowly letting the air out of a balloon.
Yeah,
and that was just like it was like, okay, that's what it needed. It was just
kind of a cool nuance to it that adds something kind of a little bit different out of the ordinary, which I think is
because
cool.
He's got a super deep speaking voice.
Mm-hmm.
I would almost wish he'd had more like talky bits or something too in the.
Yeah,
I think he does maybe on that solo record. I heard a little bit of that. But.
Okay, I heard a little bit of it, but I haven't heard much of it. But yeah, I think it would be kind of cool for him to do a little bit more diverse kind of stuff like that. I think that's what was always maybe missing from Crowbar. Is I love the music, but I I think you've talked about it too. There's a
learning curve with the vocals.
Yeah, a little bit,
because he's got like I don't have a problem with like Matt Pike's vocals at all.
Yeah,
but they kind of share similar DNA, but his is just like held out longer.
Pike's like a little higher sometimes with some of the stuff.
He's more Lemmy.
Yeah,
sure.
he does. A little bit more of that kind of going on. But before we got out of here, we obviously wanted to share some feedback that we've gotten. We shared some at the end of part 1. We have some more to kind of share here for part 2. And we'll start with one from a patron, from Ezekiel, one of our patrons.
My favorite kind of bread.
Yes, Ezekiel bread. He says, "Hi there. You sound stoked with the recent general good feedback. You more than deserve it. If I remember quite well the long and dry years of the podcast, it was a real shame because you were offering such a distinctive thing. I'm fed up with all these metal podcasts where the hosts try and replicate the intensity of the music only in a funny ha-ha sort of way. You don't do that by no means. You two have the right chemistry to ignite a chat in a calm and smoothie way."
Oh, thank you.
I like that. So you are both a contrast for the music and a tool to understand it better. He said St. Vitus was okay, so maybe not a fan, which is all right. He said the soundtracks was a very welcome novelty thing. At first I was thinking, no way I'm going to get through this thing. The crow shit is like the worst reflection of my teen years in a nutshell. But I discovered Judgment Night, quite unexpected, so thank you. With Acid Bath, you're reaching another peak, transcending your very best. I don't know how to grasp this band, but now I can say, okay, this is a sad Christian singing Rush songs and thinking definitively I'm not Jesus Christ Superstar.
I'm not sure I understand that.
Yeah. What about the Upside Down Cross? Jay Mask is playing drums on the debut and on the spot trashy lyrics. Nice interview with Sammy. Such a nice lad, it seems. You are the puppy in Houdini's cover by the Melvins, Ezekiel. I feel like maybe Ezekiel had some. He was partaking in some substances,
mind altering.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little fun and off the cuff a little there. So, which I don't mind. But on a more serious note, another patron of ours, Jacob Ghostfield, got a hold of us, and he says
Ghostfield?
Gosfield.
Okay,
G-O-S.
Ghostfield's a pretty fucking cool
that's
name.
A pretty cool name. He says, only just got around to listening to the punk episodes with Ian now. He says, I loved it. Didn't even know that you had Ian on board, which was an awesome surprise, as I'm a huge fan of his books and have them and have read them all, except for the UK hardcore and 90s punk books, which have been out of print for a while, and secondhand copies are ludicrously expensive. Love the playlist and enjoyed hearing you guys chatting. If Ian is up for it, it would be amazing to have him back for a UK thrash episode, second wave punk, UK hardcore, or to have a yarn on literally anything.
Maybe we'll do once a year and see if he'll come on with us.
Yeah, I think it'd be a cool
seem
little
game.
annual tradition. Not sure if you guys are at all familiar, but Rob the Baron Miller, rightfully, landed himself in hot water a couple years ago. I think Mark and I were aware of it. I think I actually had it in my notes. I don't think I brought it up because we were really crunched for time with Ian, so I just kind of stuck to like the old stuff, not dredging up the new stuff. But he says, I was a huge fan of the first Tau Cross records and awaiting the third, but Relapse dropped it after seeing that Rob had thanked Gerard Menahin for being a major influence in the liner notes. Menahin is a columnist for National Zeitung, a far-right propaganda rag. In 2015, he published Tell the Truth and Shame the Devil, a book that argues that Hitler was a great statesman and concludes that, quote, the Holocaust is the biggest lie in history. Germany has no blame for the Second World War. After this whole thing caused a media shitstorm, Rob doubled down by saying that the Holocaust was a work of fiction. The rest of Tau Cross quit and claimed they had no idea who Menachin was, and announcing that Rob was continuing on with the Tau Cross on his own. Members of Amoebics were just as shocked, claiming that they had also been surprised by Rob's newfound Nazi sympathy. I'm Jewish, and I've encountered this a fair bit. Sometimes Holocaust deniers aren't necessarily bigoted, but kooky conspiracy theory types. Holocaust denial is not dissimilar to JFK assassination theories or the Bermuda Triangle, except those theories are nowhere near as damaging. Rob is definitely a kooky conspiracy theory type. I'm definitely for separating the art from the artist, though. If I thought otherwise, I'd have to write off some of my favorite black metal albums, along with a lot of other art I enjoy. But as a fan of Tau Cross...
any movie.
Yeah, exactly. But as a fan of Tau Cross, this was definitely a major bummer for me. I'm not trying to lambaste you guys for not bringing up the controversy with Ian, who probably knows him personally. But I just want you to know if you were aware and inform you if you weren't. So yeah, we appreciate
I didn't know the specifics of that kind of stuff.
I remember hearing about the Tau Cross thing, but I don't think I knew.
I didn't look into
all
it that
of
much.
The connections and stuff.
And I'm fine if people want to like believe weird conspiracy shit, but if I find it really, I don't understand there's so much evidence showing. I mean, there's film evidence. It's just completely ridiculous. Like, I could even give like flat earthers more of a pass than Holocaust deniers. I think.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Because that's just bonkers.
At least the flat Earth is not really hurting too many people. You know what I mean?
No, they're just dumb.
Yeah.
They're dumb people, or they're people trying to get a rise out of people.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's what a lot of this stuff is. But
yeah,
we don't really bring in a lot of controversy, I guess, into the unless it really makes sense with the music or something. But
I mean, I'm okay talking about some of that stuff, especially as a history teacher. That's one I'd be comfortable talking about. But again, I think it was more because we were just crunched for time with Ian, for the most part, and I think it was just more sticking to like 80s. We weren't really talking about like what are these bands doing today. Like we were just trying to kind of keep a
it didn't make sense to bring that in without talking,
because that's really post Amoebics.
It's way post Amoebics,
So. But yeah, we got another letter about the punk episodes from Jordan Bondo. He says, punk isn't something I was ever really into. I was one of the metal kids in high school in the 90s, smallish town, one high school. And I was in a metal band. We fought with the punkers, but I started dating a punk chick and kind of joined, I kind of joined our two groups together, at least to where we'd go watch each other's bands play and we would party together, mostly without any fights breaking out, dependent on alcohol consumption. I'll say though that regardless of the fact that I still don't like the punk all that much, the way you guys present it gave me a better appreciation for it, and I really like the episodes. You could probably do an episode on Christina Aguilera though, and I'd probably like it. You dudes really do your homework and are just great at presenting the material. So.
Well, thank you. That was nice.
That seems like a tacit approval for me to maybe get a Miley Cyrus episode across sometime. I think that's what he was saying.
Be
there.
a patron, half-hour
exactly.
episode.
I know, poor Mark. He's gonna. Andreas would be on board. Maybe Andreas will single-handedly fund a Miley Cyrus episode, and we'll bring him in as like a guest speaker, so you could just have.
I'll just be a producer.
Just like, God, what the fuck is?
You'll hear me
shit?
groaning in the background.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, and then I'll make Andreas if he makes. Do that, then I'll make Andreas listen to me just talk about Queensryche so that everybody gets equal torture, you know.
Duct tape him to a chair and you can read a Jeff Tate's autobiography to him.
Exactly. Poor guy. Rocco Martoni wrote in
these
recently.
names are fucking great, man.
Yeah, he's from he's in a really cool band called Chained to the Dead. He sent me a couple of their vinyls. He's been a big fan for a while. But he said, hey guys, I just finished the second 90s soundtrack episode, which was incredible, like everything you guys do. And I heard you reference my comment about the Napalm Death shirt in the movie Matilda. When I first noticed the shirt, I dug deep and found out the costume designer was 4-time Emmy winner Jane Room. She started off in Roger Corman movies like Death Race and Candy Striped Nurses.
Was she in Humanoids from the Deep?
I don't know. Okay. We're asking you that now because Mark and I were just watching a horror movie. It's called In Search of Darkness Part 2. It's like
a Shudder thing.
Yeah, it's a 4.5 hour like history of horror in the 80s and stuff. And they were talking about a Corman movie called what is it again?
Humanoids from the Deep.
Yeah, it looked awesome.
It looked like a dumb creature feature, but had
just
all
like
the 80s
gory
and tits
and nudes. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. But it says in the 80s she did Say Anything and Halloween 2 and 3. Then in connection to the episode, she did the costumes for Singles. So there
do you
go.
think she did the I guess it wasn't costume design. But I was thinking more of like
the pumpkin masks.
No, the
shit?
set decorators for Sopranos with all those Ulver posters.
Oh, maybe.
Remember the?
Yeah. I remember. It was
AJ's room.
Name's Madrigal.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. So anyway, so that was a cool little letter there. I like when people respond to like other things that we did. And I've got a couple. I'll read one this episode, and I'll read another next episode because she sends kind of long, big feedback sort of stuff. But it's always cool when somebody goes back, and if you don't know, if you're relatively new to our podcast, if you're interested in like old episodes, our first 160 episodes are available at requiemmetal.com, and they're free, available to you. And we did lots and lots of stuff, and we did a couple Anathema episodes, and this is a patron of ours, Jess, wrote in and said, wow, Anathema is blowing my mind. Because she went back and found those episodes, which is cool. And I like hearing from those old episodes because I don't know if they hold up anymore.
Well, I feel like after you've been doing, it's just like I feel like it's like a magazine where if you covered something 10 years ago, you can always we could recover Sanity and Goatwhore.
That Acid Bath too, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? So it still holds up. But we definitely, I have some ideas for some like maybe Anathema stuff.
Well, I was thinking I would like to do a Dan Suano.
Oh, dance! Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would just like a little bit of everything, and I'm sure we could get him to talk too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'm
he's
fairly friendly with him
good.
online. So.
Yep. But so she has just recently like rediscovered like kind of the Anathema episodes, and she said Anathema is blowing my mind. That song Regret that slowly builds and builds, then fades to almost nothing and returns with even more intensity, and his tortured screams and reconnect, and that crazy tempo change in Judgment. I need to listen to part 2 episode again with fewer distractions. One of the songs in the later part of the episode had this distorted guitar sound that sounded similar to a tortured vocal scream, but then screaming through the guitar. It was very cool. She said, thank you to you, Mark, for forwarding the Milwaukee Metal Fest recordings so that she could pretend to be a mosquito in the ear at the fest in 2000.
Yeah, if anybody was looking, there was a bad link, I guess, on that.
Yeah, if you we'll talk about becoming a patron in a second, but one of the things we put up during COVID when I had some time to kind of go back through the old files of tapes and different things is I found CDs of the Opeth and Anathema shows from Milwaukee Metal Fest 2000, I believe it was.
Yes.
And we upload those for the
patrons. That was the last Milwaukee, I believe.
Yeah.
Because 2001 was in
New
Asbury
England.
Park.
Yep, Asbury, yep. Let's see. I love that they closed with Pink Floyd and the Misfits encore, which was so unexpected and awesome. Wow, that must have been an amazing show. I don't know what it is about Vincent's voice. He has a vulnerability that reminds me of Damien Rice at times. I see the Jeff Buckley falsetto and vibrato coming out on the Judgment album, though it's his own thing and more rough than Buckley. And there's so much going on musically and lyrically. I love this. Discovering new music is so fun. Besides gushing over Anathema, I do have one question. One thing I really like about these late 90s, early 2000s Anathema recordings is that they're a little unpolished, and so they feel more raw and emotional. Does that translate in the remastered recordings, or should I hunt down the originals? I don't know of remasters on Anathema.
Well, anytime
are the vinyls remastered that you have, or
probably here's the thing with remastering of the 90s, it was usually just increasing the volume.
Yeah.
I don't think it was dramatic. So if anything, if you're going to get them on LP, just get whatever you can get. Most of the stuff is still in print by through Peaceville.
Okay.
I don't think it's anything drastic.
Yeah. So, but then she kind of goes on and says that she really likes, she loves Green River and Soundgarden, but she hates the remastered versions of them because they're too
I think that was more hands-on.
More hands-on. Okay. Yeah. So anyways, we appreciate hearing from some of our fans on some of that stuff. Get in some of the feedback on the Vitus episodes and on the first Acid Bath that you hear, so we can read those in future episodes and stuff if you like what we're doing. You don't have to be a Patreon to do that, but if you want to become a Patreon and get access to special bonus episodes and things like that, we're up to, I think, 30-ish episodes that we have cataloged.
Yeah, there's a lot up there.
For patrons only. And we're about to start recording some soon for the Doom series. So there will be exclusive episodes that are on bands that we will only be releasing to our Patreon fans, including, I'll tell you right, Solitude Aeternus will be the first one that we do. And there's a few others that we're maybe kind of looking at doing as we sort of, extend through this Doom series throughout the summer.
It's looking like the Doom will go through the whole summer.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we've got it started as like 5 episodes potentially, and it's kind of grown in ambition, and that's okay.
Well, plus we're trying to do this the weekly format, which I think has brought on a lot more. There's a lot of people with a lot of time, a lot of commuting, a lot of dicking off where you just want to hear something. Because I definitely know there's podcasts where I'm waiting, like, come on, just put the damn thing out.
Yep.
Because I want to hear it. But so hopefully that people are digging on that.
Yeah.
And we've been putting out
trying to drop on Mondays, which is cool.
Every Sunday night, Monday, and then trying to put up at least for patrons, put up on Wednesdays. There's a link to the next week's episode.
Yeah, so
you get it almost a week early.
Yep.
We even did that this week, even though there was a hell of a lot of editing.
We did. We were yeah. We had to wait for poor Mark to go into the barrels of the edit world to do all the stuff with the interviews with Sammy and stuff like that.
I'm using a computer from 2008.
If anybody wants to donate new technology to us, we'll accept that. We'll sign you up as a patron if you have.
If you want to send me a MacBook Pro,
if you got like
that'd be cool.
2007 computer, like that's probably good enough for us at this point.
No, I need a modern computer.
Do you need I meant 2017 as well.
No, I want to get something.
Just go
new.
the new.
Yeah. I just need to.
There you go.
Pull off the Band-Aid.
So that's another reason for you to become a Patreon donor, so we can start to accumulate and put away some money so we can invest.
If I save up my Patreon all year, I could probably get it.
There you go. Yeah. So if you want to become a Patreon, go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast, or you can go to the website that I said before, requiemmetal.com, and there is a link on there as you're searching through old episodes to also click on and become a Patreon that way. $5, $10. Think of it as a cup of coffee a month, and you're getting 4 new episodes, normal episodes, plus at least, usually a Patreon episode a month. Sometimes a little bit more frequently. It just kind of depends. And so
4 new ones. But like with the Doom series, if it was anything like the Thrash, we had those
3.
Oh, that's right, 3.
Devastation, Flotsam and Jetsam, and Heathen.
Yeah,
were exclusive. Those have still never been heard by non-patrons.
So we might let one of those come out in the next year or something, but there's a lot of extra stuff that's not just us bullshitting about movies. If you don't care about that, there's full episodes.
That's also where we talk of, like, a lot of people are like, how come you guys don't do like new reviews and things like that? Because some podcasts do that. They talk about new releases and stuff. That's about the closest you're going to get is on our Patreon episodes. We're just talking about things we like and enjoy listening to.
I feel like there's enough people that do that just fine.
Yeah.
It's not really our thing. Ours is more of like not to sound hoity-toity, but more like a scholarly exercise
history.
than
it's context,
than straight just reviews.
Yeah.
And there's people that do that way better than we do, so I wouldn't really want to try to
No.
do something that we're not.
And I think we do it, like I said, in a casual way, in our own way with the Patreon episodes. Like,
Yeah.
hey, Mark, what have you been listening to lately? And, he'll pull out like 5 or 6 things. And it's not all new stuff. It's just things we've kind of discovered, kind of like
Sure.
when we talk about movies and things like that.
Yeah,
that
a lot
we've
of the
been
time for
watching.
me, it's definitely not anything new.
Yeah. I mean, like
Except
I said.
that new Cerebral Rot record's really good.
Oh, yeah?
I think I don't know when it comes out. They were the lead in Last Decibel.
Are we allowed to talk about the thing we've heard?
No.
Okay. So we still can't talk about
No.
the thing we've heard? Okay.
No, can't talk about that.
All right.
But but I did get I got a promo of the Cerebral Rot, and if you like 90s esoteric black metal, or not black metal, death metal, it's right up your alley. It's the last one was really good.
Kind of like a Eucharisty kind of thing. I remember Cerebral Rot. Weren't they old?
No, these guys are from Portland.
Was there a Cerebral something band in
Cerebral
the 90s?
Fix?
That's what I was thinking of. Cerebral Fix.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But these guys, it just sounds like old Tiamat, old Treblinka-ish.
Okay.
But with all kinds of other crap rolled in there. It's really interesting stuff.
Sweet. Yeah.
But yeah, like probably
Who put that out?
$20 spin.
Oh, nice. That's good.
They got a pretty good record right now.
They're doing okay. They're doing all right.
Either them or Dark Descent in the States are usually pretty fair bet for interesting stuff.
Pretty good. So, but yeah. So if you want to get a hold of us or give us some feedback, you can go to, like I said, Patreon, sign up there, or you can shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can check us out on Facebook and leave us messages there. It's where some of the ones I just read came from. Jason and Mark. Twitter, Requiem Metal Podcast, or on Instagram as well. Although I don't do as much on Instagram, Mark does a lot on Instagram.
Yeah, look up my name on Instagram. I'm there, and I
follow
post
him.
pictures of records and art.
Look at his art that he's doing and stuff like that. So, but yeah, so for Acid Bath Part 2, let's see. Let me bring up the playlist again. And The Lasting Dose from Crowbar. I'm Jason.
I'm Mark.